right? And then there's the Japanese variant. Empress Koken brought this story, Japanese variant, and adopted many different variants of it. So, for Tanabata, it involves a man and a woman separated by Milky Way, galaxy Milky Way. In FGO, they've decided to go instead of up, they went down. So currently, they're going to be talking about Orihime and Hikoboshi, is Star Boy, Star Girl. But they have also retranslated that to Otohime, and instead of Urashima Taro, they've connected the dots that Urashima Taro is also is the same as Gozen Tenno. If you do not know who Gozen Tenno is, that is the words that Raiko would use whenever she double phantasm. It's representing the ox head heavenly god of plague and pestilence and health. Sure is.
Hail! Hail!
I'm back in the DLC, baby. Let's go.
What?
And
I just beat her down again.
Gozen Tenno amalgamated Sano, had sex with Hidana Hime, goddess. And when he had sex with them, they made 8 children, which is the 8 prince, aka the 8 divine generals. Okay? And FGO, in this story, they'll probably connect the connection with no, not yet. We're not there yet. We're close, but we're not there. Okay? I know.
Wild. Purposes
It is.
on your
Well,
channel.
look, do you want the whole thing? You can just read the translated version of it. There's a whole Twitterverse of it. And we talk about it on the fucking double, right? Like if you want to translate that shit, go right ahead, right, brother? Whole fucking concept. There's a thread talking about it.
Oh, wow.
I know what the
It's
fuck.
very difficult because you have to understand certain things in certain lines and
Yes, or
because
bird.
FGO is they're doing the this equals this, but not really, but you have to live it like that, right? Like how dragons are snakes that are lizards that are dragons, right?
Ah, yes, and the cow with the wish hammer. And then
That's actually
equals
Ghost Tenno.
having a
You're
sword.
actually in the right spot. And which will give us the guy who used Susano Mikoto blade, the beard cutter, which is the legendary.
Giuseppe Nusimi.
We're not there yet. Have fun.
I needed.
Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. I had to cut Trubs off because I knew like I needed to get the ball rolling here. We got a lot to do today. So I did get the tweet out. Do me a favor, chat. Go give it some love. At least I think I did. Yes, I did. And let me grab you guys today's sauce. Okay. All right. Everybody ready? Everybody having a good Friday? That's what? Huh? Okay. There we go. All of my stuff was like not ready before stream. Here is today's artwork. Go give the artist some love. Hello, William. Zort, thank you for the 38 months. Appreciate it, my man. And welcome back. So, chat, we have a new event on JP. The TLDR of it is it does appear to be somewhat of a point ladder. Again, it is very similar to the event that NA just had, which is Hakenden. You've got expeditions that you can send things out on. Got home just in time, indeed. You guys can see I got my thing there. And then basically, I think Trub said that the items over here are literally like the items that are bonus. So you can see I don't have one of them unlocked. The other one, I think both of these are. Yeah, I guess that's the one that I had set up to do earlier. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So it completed. And you can see, too, it's saying it like right here, right? So this is actually giving bonus because it says the little up there. Having a decent Friday, how are you? I am having a decent Friday as well. I got all my CPE done at work, so I don't have to do much. But I still have one other thing I need to get done. Okay, let's see. So I have other ones that I can do. That is a level 15 node. What the shit? Wait, did I immediately go and do the... Yeah, I think I did the silver one first. I did. Damn it. I didn't even see the other one that was here. I only had like 40 AP this morning left because I think I did my whatchamacallits. Big Strom's here. An assassin. I also wasn't sure if the bonus units actually mattered. I don't think they do. At which point, that's probably going to work for a lot of this. Happy obscure type moon thing acknowledgement? Yes. Yeah, I've never heard of these people, and like I saw someone tweet out today that it's like, oh, thank God they finally gave them some recognition, and I was like, okay. Like, I had no idea, so I retweeted it. Much less these two from other works, yeah. And I think that's how a lot of people are. Like, I had no idea this was even a thing. This one's an easy skip for me. I do think you'll see some people that'll basically go like, yeah, I don't care, and I'm just gonna save for like anniversary in summer. Trubs did the live stream. There was a lot of stuff that got revealed there, including the fact that summer is going to be right after anniversary. So I think that's just immediately gonna have people in saving mode. An Elden Ring video saying that jumping is a better dodging method than rolling. I disagree, but only because there's certain things that are easier to dodge and there's certain things that are easier to jump. Like, yes, you can use jumping in a similar fashion, but no, jumping has no iframes is the issue with it. So it's like if the attack would still hit you in the air, you're toast. That's the problem with it. So like, you can try, but I'm not sure that it's necessarily going to be as good. Jump up and get swatted like a fly. Yeah, exactly. 14, Viping in raids. Nice. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are playing the 14 launch. I know Bob was playing it earlier. Torak was playing it earlier. So hope you guys are having fun with that. Growth of their third ascension and skill are locked till after story. It's funny because Ash was talking to me about Draco, and we were talking about like, did Draco have a locked third ascension in her event? And I was like, no, I don't believe she did. And I'm pretty sure that even if they did, they would make it available outside of the event, which is really funny because I was sitting there and I was like, man, I don't think there's ever been an actual event locked ascension. I feel like there has been for story. I feel like there have been costumes in an event. but not an actual event locked ascension. And literally, like this week, right after we had that conversation, they ended up pulling it out. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. I just never expected it. Just look at Dragoons, but don't look up and check the floor. Yeah. Silly, but they are preventing story spoilers. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with it as long as it's, you know, maybe after the event goes away, it's no longer locked, right? Because that would be problematic for the future. But I'm sure at some point they'll like make a quest outside of the event or something for it. So I wouldn't imagine it's too difficult to deal with. Yep, there we go. Got this Czar fellow and then this Leo fellow. Leo got that MLB already. Oh, Berserker's perfect. Can't even mine the Ascension? Yeah, because it's not in the game yet. Which, honestly, like, I'm okay with that, right? I feel like a lot of people get upset when we can't data mine something, but I'm like, you know, I'm perfectly okay with it for spoiler reasons. Like, I don't understand why people get so upset over like you can't immediately know something ahead of time. So it's like to me it doesn't bother me. And you guys know anyways, I think part of the reason I'm okay with this is because like when it comes to FGO and covering content, I'm never the first person to cover it. Ever. So it's one of those deals where I'm usually one of the last ones to cover it. And that gives me at least the benefit of like I have time to actually like look at it, come up with an opinion, not have a knee-jerk reaction to things, see how other people feel about stuff, and then go like, yeah, this is what I actually think, right? Because the thing that and it's not like I'll sit there and I'll go like, oh, you know, I need to know what other people are thinking to be able to form my opinion. It's not that. It's more like if I feel like something is done poorly, I want to talk to other people and see if they feel similar to me. Because I want to know, is there something I'm missing or is this truly bad? Right? And sometimes it's truly bad. Other times there's something I'm missing. Right? So it's definitely a thing. But that's why, like, to me, I have the benefit of being right most of the time. Whereas a lot of the times, if you like rush to get your opinion out on things, you'll frequently be wrong. You'll frequently get a bad take. The sad part is, I feel like in the FGO community, it doesn't matter, and people will just straight up believe your bad take a lot of the times. And I see this happen all the time. I see people like spout utter fucking nonsense, and I don't understand why it happens. The one to unlock his ascension did that today. Had to redo it 3 times before the cards were good to do. Yeah. Hello, Azure. How's it going? Love everything you do genuinely. Thank you, William. Appreciate it. Depends on the attack. For the jumping thing, yes, absolutely. Like, I do agree that there's probably quite a few attacks that you could just jump that most people don't realize. But I feel like dodge is just kind of easier in a lot of ways. Happens a lot with character buffs. People have very mixed opinions on those. I think it's because a lot of the community like just has this stick up their ass and basically goes like, if this isn't a buff for the character that I wanted to get a buff, it's a bad buff. Whereas with me, I look at what the unit needs. I don't sit there and I don't go, oh, this unit got a buff, how dare they? I literally just go, okay, this unit got a buff. Was this buff good for this unit? Did it address what this unit actually needed? If so, I'm happy with it. If not, I may be like middling on it, or I may be like, what the fuck are you doing type deal. So Kyo got a buff today? Yeah, we're going to talk about it too. Let's just go right on. Ooh, sweet. We got another MLB. So some people definitely rolled. That's 2 people on my friends list that have an MLB Gold C here. Summer Mo and Knights and Marines managed to get one of all the servants in the seas except Knights and Marines. Yep. That's what happens whenever you roll a banner that has like 4 rate up 5-star Cs. It's like, it's why there's so many times where like something like Knights and Marines or Honey Lake or something like that, like if they're on rate up and I'm sitting there and I'm like, hey, it's a good C, this is a time that you can actually get it, but then I immediately go like, but there's other C's on rate up, so don't count on it. Like, because it's just a problem, right? All the Type Moon fans have NP5. I wouldn't say all the Type Moon fans. I'd say the super zealous ones do, right? Like the ones that know every obscure reference in Type Moon. The ones that eat, sleep, and drink Type Moon. The ones that believe Nasu is like the next coming of like some sort of like writing god. And hello, Katana. A lot of the time, what the community wants is to make every unit an omni-looper. Yeah, I mean, like, you guys will see. I'll have a take on Kyo, okay? So, I have no idea how other people feel about Kyo. And that's what I mean when I say this. Like, chat, I usually don't... When I say that I'm like, I go out and I see what other people's opinions are, it's other people that I trust and know. I do not go look at the other content creators, and I'm not saying that's like because I don't trust them or anything like that. That is like a due diligence independence thing for me. Like, I do not want to form my opinion based off what other content creators are saying. So I quite literally do not consume their content. It is the like safest way to make sure that my take has nothing to do with theirs. That way, if our takes align and like a lot of other people in the community all arrive at the same take, it's probably a good sign that the take is correct, right? Like, or at least as close to correct as we reasonably can be expected to be. So that's a thing that I would say. It's like, I'm sure there are times that we differ, and I'm sure there are times that we're the same, but I don't know about the other content creators, but I can at least say for myself that I don't watch their stuff and use that in any way, shape, or form. So, is it okay if I skip this event to focus on clearing LB6 and LB7? That's up to you. I wouldn't skip. I would still do it. But I think... Here's what I would tell you, Ken. Take 120 AP every day and use that to go do story. Why do I say this? That's the amount of AP you used to spend back in the day before the half cost campaigns on storm pods. You're not through LB7 yet, so you don't have storm pods, but the event is still structured as if you did. So take 120 AP, go use that every day to do story. Use the rest of your AP every day to do the event. You'll still complete the event, and you'll be able to like work on both. Can do story during Annie. Yeah, and the only reason that I say that is because like I'm gonna assume if you don't want to do it during Annie, that it's just simply because like you have other stuff you want to do during Annie, like farming embers or something. Are we getting a Berserk Toria sometime in the future? Yes, we are. Yep, literally. So we have summer coming up this year, not this year, but the next year's summer. You'll be getting Zerktoria. She's less than a year old right now. That's a great idea. Yeah, I mean that's how I choose to approach it. It's like we know that you can do the event on that much AP per day since they're 3-week events. So that's the easiest way to make sure you get the best of both worlds, right? I would spend Nat AP on the event at Apple for LB6 and LB7. I wouldn't because you don't need to. Like straight up. And the thing is, right, like if you do it the way that I'm talking about, you'll probably make a significant amount of progress. You might not get everything done, right? But there is that possibility that time that like during Annie, you could, right? Like if you're like, man, I'm just not gonna make it in time for summer, then you could apple. But I don't think it's gonna be that big of a deal. Anyone else catching up on the Trom free quest during Annie? On the Trom free quests. I've already done them all. I'm just farming them now. No one saves AP nowadays, bro? Wait, what do you mean no one saves AP nowadays? Like, you talking about like just everybody popping apples and stuff? I mean, you can do that. You're just gonna regret it when a lotto comes. Like, if you actually care about, like, ascending your units and getting stuff online, I don't recommend it. Oh my god. I am literally one shy of being able to run that. Oh, that's weird, because it looks like you could already have additional stuff unlocked, but I don't? I don't know if it's because, like, maybe I need to get to 50,000 or something. Me with over 100 and 172 gold apples? That's not even that much. You can have way more than that. Wait, now I'm just confused. Oh, does it literally keep running? That's weird because I don't see a timer on it. I assume that's just confirming. Hold on, chat. Is there any reason that I wouldn't just cancel this? Because, like, the thing that's bothering me here is it says 0 out of 4. And so I'm just wondering if it goes up over time. Yeah, I literally just saw, like, a tick there or something. Or maybe not. Maybe that's just my eyes playing tricks on me. It's doing it perpetually? So I guess it's like the only problem is that it's costing these materials. That's kind of dumb. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to approach this. Just because, like, yeah, I can do 2 of these right now, but I could also, like, potentially save some by only doing 1. Yeah. Oh, now it's gonna run for 8. So you can set it up to run for longer. Okay. Interesting. Oh, now Trubs is here. Yeah, I was literally asking why I couldn't cancel it, but it's too late. It's already undone. Like, it was weird because it wasn't actually generating anything, even though I had already redeemed it. So that's why I was like, huh? Because I don't quite understand what they're going for with that, other than you can slot it up to do more time, but the weird part is after I had already gotten the reward, it was still continuing on that thing and I needed to cancel, but it wasn't generating any. It had no cooldown timer and it was not like working or progressing at all. So like it was just really odd. Yeah, because you had no mats to use on it. Yeah, maybe that's why. Like, I don't know. So it still does take materials per run of it then. That makes a little bit more sense. Because I was going to say, like, otherwise, like, I kind of screwed myself by canceling. Because it's just a weird mechanic, like we said. Fate Dessert Simulator, that's what it feels like. Okay, did fandom actually get the Kyo stuff implemented yet? Yes. Okay, fandom actually picked up on it. Good. I didn't think fandom would. And don't forget, make sure you guys do at least one hunting quest every day. If you do nothing else, do at least the one. Just because you do get, like, benefit for it. You're going to get a faux paw print every single day you do it. And also, don't forget to change your supports. I saw some people that still have the Bone CE on. You know who you are. Need to log in now? Yeah. Chad, I need Konosuba Season 4. I don't want to wait an entire year. I don't know what units would be good to handle the 1 million health BB for Arts units. So, in the event that you get that 1 million health BB, you literally get a welfare that would specialize in killing that 1 million health BB. Like you're pretty okay. The welfare for that event is EO, and EO is oddly enough like perfect for killing BB. The two different times that BB is a 90++ node. It's really funny to me. And then I think there's yet another ruler that's also the target of another one that she works for. Summer Scotty can do it if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's just about like, remember a lot of these events too, you're going to have a damage bonus CE. So like you're going to be running that the majority of the time. You can do it without, and there is an efficiency argument to that, but it's not like a requirement, right? If you feel that like it's not worth the hassle of trying to sit there and like multi-turn it, you can just load it up and pull the trigger. Just casually gray looping chat. Behold, 4-star Semiramis. No, gray is better. I'm aware. Hello, Mike. How's it going? Okay, did my one run already? Wow, you must be using a speed comp. EO is crazy strong. EO is deceptively strong, is what I would say. A lot of people almost have an overinflated opinion of EO because of the 90++ nodes. The reality is she was super good in the 90++ nodes because they had divine enemies. No, I'm not saying EO's bad, but people feel like, oh my god, like she is the best ruler. And it's like, no, she's not. Like, she is good, she is capable, she is an excellent welfare, but she is a welfare. And at that point, the two big things she has going for her are she is anti-divine, and she has a 100% crit modifier. And those two things can definitely scale up very nicely. Okay, we'll go with Horo. But yeah, I'm not trying to say EO's bad, just that, like, I've seen the same thing happen, chat, because okay, I'm gonna shit you not, right? Like, this is how I know this is a thing. So, just real quick. Yeah, there's EO right there, chat. Okay, sorry, it was August. This is your first 90++ node. Okay? So, let's go to free quests. Be all the way down at the bottom here. Yep, here you go. So this is your first 90++ node that you're going to get in the game. Like true farming node, okay? You have a 1 million HP in Kidu. So a lot of people looked at that, and a lot of people said, hey, I don't know who I'm going to use out of all of these units. And they basically didn't necessarily have good single target options to actually kill. So what a lot of people did is, because Saito Hajime had been there and they had him because he was permanent, they started to use him, and they actually realized that he was good and he worked. The thing is, this made a lot of people start talking about like how Saito Hajime was like actually like one of the best single target sabers. And I'm like, no, he's not. Like, he's not bad, but it's that sort of like rhetoric that you'll see people start to toss around. People will start to like overinflate things just because something worked in a 90++ node. And like I said, he's not a bad unit. He's never really been bad. You've been able to use him to a similar degree the entire time. The node finally just made some people actually use him. And in the process, they realized he was good. But it's like these people only have like one switch. You're either the most broken thing ever to them, or you are dog trash and unusable. And they're not sure where you land until they actually use you, and then you're at one end or the other. And that's kind of what you see from people. So it's like, again, do I think he's a good unit? Yes. Do I think he's one of the best single target sabers? No. There's just really cracked single target sabers. So that's why, like, I say the same thing about EO. Is EO good? Yes. Use her outside of like damage bonus in an event, though. Use her in a like not 90++ node that has a divine moon cancer, and you'll see that it's like, oh, okay, it's actually not like the most crazy thing in the world. She's just solid. That's exactly what you expect of EO. People don't think about the context. The context OS the succeed? I'm not sure what that's trying to say. I can agree that people don't think about context, though. I use Saito for the Bazette CQ. Yep. I just like using Motivation Man to bully single targets. Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, like, I'm not sitting there trying to trash Saito at all. But like the weird takes that you would see from people suddenly is like, oh yeah, he's actually like super great. Like, oh my god, I never realized how good he was. Like, dear God, and it's like, yeah, you could tell they just had never used the unit before. Like, that's all it was. Same thing with Satanta. No one really cared for him because he couldn't loop. Right. And it's like they immediately write a unit off, not realizing how the unit can be good. They cannot think like, hey, how would I actually employ this unit, and how could I make it a unit that I could use successfully? Because like, I think this is a little bit more apparent to me, right? As a whale that's been playing the game a long time, I have a plethora of options. I never lack for that. So I, in order to like stave off boredom and stuff, usually try to just find some unique version of doing the node that I haven't done in a while. That's why I'm using Gray right here, right now. Why? It's consistent. I haven't used my Gray in a hot second, so I'm just going ahead and 3-turning with her. So you'll see me do that sort of thing in place of like just taking all my 5 stars or something like that. And it's how I managed to not only spread bond around, but also, kind of remind myself of, hey, here's how a unit performs, here's how they work, and that sort of stuff. So I do this fairly regularly, and I feel like a lot of people in the game stick to just that one unit. Like, I'm gonna point this out. How many people just sat there and looped with Spishtar? How many people sat there and just looped with Musashi Berserker? How many people sat there and 3-turned with Arjuna Alter or Morgan? How many people are going to do it with Ibuki? How many people are doing it with Melisson? It's the same thing, right? Like, people just keep using that one unit over and over again. They don't ever use anything else. And then the second they have to use everything else, it is just in their brain, like, immediately compared to that thing that they always use. Which isn't really fair, in all honesty, because, like, when you start to use some of the most broken units in the game, yeah, naturally the other units don't stack up to them. But it also doesn't mean that those other units are bad and unusable. So it's a big thing to understand how a unit can be used and what to expect out of their performance. For instance, I knew my Gray would slaughter this node. It's not even close. Like, again, you can see the damage that I'm actually outputting here, right? Guilty as charged. My Spishtar is retired for Ranmaru at the moment, though. Right, and I'd say that's actually a good thing if you're actually using Ranmaru some. But that's I think the way to understand it is it's a good idea to every now and then mix it up. It'll make you a smarter and better and more informed player if you do that. Remember Musashi, every quest, I don't intend to change that. So you guys know where I get lazy? Straight up, I'll tell you where I get lazy. Whenever it comes to doing like a big chunk of like interludes, strengthenings, or like completing free quests for the first time, that's where like, oh, if you didn't just use one of those powerful omni-loopers, you're going to be changing your party like constantly. That's where I get lazy. I just go, nah, fuck that, right? But like in an event, or again, like if I'm going through story, or if I'm like, just, hey, I'm switching from one node to another suddenly, yeah, I will mix things up. I will do it. But like when I have a rapid succession, you're going to need to change the party a bunch of times. Yeah, I get lazy too. And I just default to like, let me just use a Berserker. Let me use an Omni-Looper. Let me do something that like will prevent me from having to do more work. But yeah, so like I can understand it to a degree, but I would say don't do it all the time, right? Like don't just sit on one unit all the time. Also because you'll just bond them out. Like you'll end up basically having the point where they're maxed out and they're sitting at bond 15, but you've got all these other units that you could be bonding instead. Kind of year one that these people live in? Oh, if people think that Roland's a year one kit, yeah, they should go back to year one. I would banish them back to year one. Roland has a very solid kit. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. He's not bad. And like the best part about him is that he actually has intangible stuff. Like he actually, is it buff removal that he has, if I remember correctly? So like it's one of those deals where, again, that's just people writing a unit off without actually knowing much of the unit. They take one glance at the kit, they think, oh, this is a simplistic, straightforward kit, and they don't actually think about it. They turn their brain off. I like rotating units when I farm like on a caster free quest. Yeah, I don't blame you for that. I think that's a-okay. Especially if you're using the same supports and all you're doing is just flipping the actual damage unit. I think that's also fine, right? You just described why tower events suck ass. Tower events do suck ass. That is why they implemented the ability to like generate a party at like a couple of button presses. However, that system, like I talked about, is just kind of bad. They've not fleshed it out nearly as much as it needs to be. It needs more options, more things that you can like turn on and off. And I know they're like, oh, well, if the more buttons you have to press, the less likely you are to do it. And I'm like, I mean, kind of. Or I get it to the point that I want it at, and then all I have to do is change one parameter. Like, oh, here's the class that I want. Boom. And I just slot it out. So I don't think they quite get that. And that if they would actually just update that, that would be way better. But it is what it is. I really didn't want Roland. Yeah, okay. Keep in mind, chat. Keep in mind. Let me just say this, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. Like literally. Because I don't think anyone's going to actually think I'm wrong when I say this. Is Roland a bad unit? Or did people just get angry because they wanted Creamhild? If he had not shared a banner with Creamhild, everyone I think would be fine with Roland's kit. I'm dead serious. I think the vast majority of people are just upset because he was on the banner with her. I just didn't like Roland as a character. Yeah, I think that's fine, right? Like, there's always going to be like characters you don't care about, right? He's fabulous. Yeah, and if you don't hate Roland, that's fine. I'm only talking about the people that like seemingly didn't like him, right? Or at least rather, people that were trashing his kit. If you don't like him as a character, that's a different story. But oh, it's putting a 4-star Saber on a 5-star Saber banner. I mean, true, but that's not even remotely close to the first time they've ever done that, right? Like, that's the sad part. Okay, chat, I've got my AP spent down on both servers. Let's talk some buffage. So I got them pulled up, but let's go talk Kyo buff first here. Okay. Oh, they don't have the costume yet, which is funny because I'm sure the files are in game, but maybe fandom didn't bother to update to it. Like, it's one of those deals where we literally know we're getting the costume. But yeah, it might not actually be out there. Costume has no full art yet. Yeah, so that's probably why. Okay, so chat, you guys know we already got the buff for Kyo's first skill a long time ago. This is basically allowing her to spread fire, and then now she got a defense increase on it, which is nice. Her third skill has always been what it's been. It's the buster up for 1 turn, which I think needs to be way freaking better than it is. But it is what it is. Similarly, her Noble Phantasm has not had its NP upgrade. After 9 years, I feel like she's due in, but I guess it feels to me like a lot of the times they don't like to give Berserkers in particular an NP upgrade. And I suspect it's because they know that there is natural power creep for a Berserker getting an upgrade compared to the other 7 base classes. So I think that's why they don't do it. They go like, okay, we need to hold these back some. But it is what it is. So basically, we finally get an upgrade to the second skill here. It was the upgrade from stalking. You guys can see this skill, honestly, I hate this skill. I'm just going to be real with you. Why? Because it's 24% defense down for 3 turns. That's not bad. But because it's defense down, this does not get carried between the waves. So it is literally kind of contrary for her as a steroid for her being a farmer. Obviously, it's Kyo. She doesn't have charge. You're not really going to be farming with her anyways. But it's one of those deals where essentially this is built into her actual damage output. She also has a 1-turn buster buff here of 30%. So if you want her to actually be able to take out either multiple waves for you or maybe like take out a wave and set someone else up, the problem is when you lose stalking, you're definitely like, she's not doing nearly as much damage at that point. So that's the issue that I've always had with this. The fact that you had to carry this and defense down does not apply to subsequent waves is kind of an issue. But that's the case with many a unit. The other stupid part here is, hey, we literally increased the unit's attack by 20% for 3 turns. So I guess the upside is, if we don't, like if we kill the wave and we move on, one, the enemy's dead, and so they wouldn't have the attack up anymore anyways. But 2, it wouldn't be carried into a new wave because you went to a new set of enemies, so you're kind of good there. So this problem only exists when we're on the same set of enemies. The issue that I have with this design is that's exactly what they want you to do with the skill. Because it's defense down for 3 turns, they want you to keep damaging the same set of enemies. Not to be farming, really, necessarily with this. But then they put a actual hard demerit where everything hits the squishy berserker even harder for 3 turns. I don't think that's ever been the smartest of designs, right? So we get an upgrade. And basically, we have a 500% chance to reduce one enemy's defense for 3 turns. It is improved now to 30%. Still has the same problems that I talked about, though. Same thing with the demerit here, as this is still going to be the case. So you're incentivized to stay against the same set of enemies, and we're about to incentivize it even further with this skill. Because now the upgrade increases own damage against enemies with burn status for 3 turns. Not bad, right? You can see the damage is a 30% power mod there. She's also going to gain a self buff on attack buff for 5 times, 3 turns, that she will charge her own MP gauge by 10% per enemy with the burn status hit when attacking. So whenever she attacks, she will charge by 10% if the enemy has burn on it. Not bad. There's 2 important things to denote here. The first is the fact that this is when attacking. Because it does not say normal attacking, this is everything. This is any attack that she makes. Cards, extra attack, and yes, NP. So that's a good thing. The issue here is the enemy needs to be burning. The only way that Kiyo can apply burn, naturally, is from her NP. So Kiyo, in theory, needs to have already NP'd against that wave of units to be able to actually take advantage of this. Now, I know what you're thinking, right? You're probably thinking like, well, but CAD, there's other ways we can get burn. And you're right, there is. You can get burn from command codes. That's the easiest one. You can literally put them on our cards. Command code effects usually apply before the actual damage of the card. So this would proc the skill. Basically, if you put a burn CC on her, she'd be able to do that. There's a problem here. 1, there is a limitation of 5 times over 3 turns. So if you were to do, like, for instance, a Brave Chain into an extra attack, that's using 4 of the charges right there. Now, to be fair, you will get 40%. So, not bad. The downside here, though, is that it does have a cap. But it is also going to require you to needing to have had burn on the enemy in the first place, which is difficult to set up because of that. Maybe you don't have all the burn command codes on Kiyo. Maybe you don't get Kiyo's cards when you need it. So how do we deal with it? Well, we already talked about, you can just go ahead and have Kiyo NP. In a farming situation, this is worthless. Why? She's literally going to have killed the enemies then at that point, and you're not going to get anything from it because the enemies died before you ever got burned. The second part here is basically that if you are going to try this, you can potentially take somebody else into the party. Somebody else that actually can provide burn for you. This is the thing that I think probably a lot of people overlooked. So you can try using someone like Caster Liz, Kiyo Lancer, or again, Draco or Iori. All of those units have burn on a skill to all the enemies. So that just means they need to be in the party. You press one button, all the enemies are burning now. So that would help out potentially. This would give her some interesting pairings for double damage dealer type stuff. But keep in mind that other things don't count for this. So spread fire doesn't work. So for instance, Tomoe's ability, not going to help. Koyanskaya also has spread fire, right? Like, so that's another thing where like the enemy needs to actually have burn. You could have it where the other where your ally has it, not enemy. You could also have it where your ally applies it with their NP, but the problem is the same issue as Kyo. If you need to have already NP'd, you can do that, but it does mean that it's not going to affect the first NP that you do. Now, why does all of this matter? Because this skill works exactly like Salter's buff does. It's kind of clunky to use and really weird as far as buffs go, but it's secretly kind of okay because of that. So you can see here, the buff on attack buff affects your own Noble Phantasm and charges the NP by the number of enemies that you hit. So if 3 enemies have burn and you hit them with your NP, you're getting 3 stacks of charge right there. However, even if multiple enemies are hit at once, the number of buffs it consumed is only 1, just like Salter's. So you would get 3 stacks of 10% charge, but only consume 1 stack. Okay? So, yeah, there's definitely stuff they can do. I think the big thing that Kyo needs is either just on-demand charge in order to help her out and help get the ball going, or they need to kind of do something with her NP to help this out a little bit more. But this turned... when I first saw this buff, it's why we were talking earlier, I was like, I don't like this buff. I thought this buff was pretty bad at first, because it didn't address any of Kyo's issues. The more we talked about it, the more we looked at it, it began to become clearer the potential that this buff has. At face value, it's not good. If you can get her into the right scenario, this could be pretty okay. For instance, they did just give her a 10% charge for 5 stacks, meaning at minimum, you can get 50% charge for her. Okay? It also does mean that if you can get her into a loop, that you can basically sit there against the same set of enemies, albeit, but you can basically sit there and at least for the second and third NP, you could be refunding 30%. So that's a thing. It's definitely something that you could do. You could also make it where maybe you pre-card against at least a single enemy, and that would get you 10% on the front end, 30% there, and 30% on the final one. But keep in mind, chat, turn 1 is 0, right? Turn 2 is where you would have 10%. Turn 3 is where you would first get 30%. Okay? Can you do something with this? I mean, yes, potentially. For instance, Oberon's going to work right there, right? Problem with the 10% is you're probably looking at double Koyanskaya at that point. So, but it's certainly possible, right? So like at that point, you can at least go, hey, look, as long as I start out at 100% charge, somehow I can 3-turn with Kyo now. So this does open some stuff up, but it's not going to be great, right? Keep in mind, you can double this up, okay? It does work like Salter's in that same exact sense. So because of that, now, when I'm saying turn 1, turn 2, and turn 3, this is not a farming scenario, really. This is only, I repeat this, only going to work basically against the same set of enemies. If you're trying to move through waves, the best you're going to hope for, 10%. Because that's all you can get off of pre-carding, chat. Can you 3-turn with that? Yes. Yes, you can. But it requires 100% starting charge, double Oberon, and another 50% charger. And you can do it. Not pretty, but you could 3-turn with it. So, again, the fact that she even has 10%, it's a thing. Keep in mind, you would need cards in order to pre-card to get the 10%. So, that's the other factor there. It's better than nothing, I agree, but it's going to be very situational and kind of big brain for how you use it. I don't think it's the worst buff in the world. My opinion of it is improved, but it's not the best. And what Avalon's talking about, by the way, like for what a proposed change could be, would be that you would give her an NP interlude. You would naturally increase the damage, right? NP2 becomes NP1, and P5 becomes NP2. So basically, since she's a 3-star, right, your 5 is going to be the new 2. And then basically, your NP5 is going to be instead of 500%, it'd be what, 700, I think. So it would improve, right? Significantly, at least the damage output that she's doing. What you would need is where the overcharge effect gets upgraded to inflict burn before damage. So it would just need the activates first. And if they did that, that helps a ton. That actually allows her to be able to loop quite a bit more now. Because it just means that she would always have burn. And that would turn this into exactly the Salter scenario. At that point, chat, and again, it's on a 5-turn cooldown too, which is no slouch, right? At that point, she basically starts generating at least 30% charge per enemy wave. And if you consider a Koyanskaya type of setup, right? You can literally pop this skill. And essentially, on turns 1, 2, and 3, right? We kind of know that you would have at least the 30% charge on the latter 2 waves. Thing is, it's a 5-turn cooldown, right? So, what if already by wave 3 you've got it double stacked? Well, that means it's now 60 here. Means all you need to solve for is 40% on the back end. You need 70% here. That's not impossible to do. But for instance, we could get this 40% out with a 50% charge on the final wave. The 70% can probably be handled by Oberon, or at least a 20% from Oberon and a 50% from someone else. And at that point, you've got a free 50%. So Kiyo wouldn't be a Black Grail looper, but she would be able to start from a 50% standpoint. Heck, technically a 30% if you had her mana loading maxed out. So it does help, right? That would actually really improve Kiyo. So that's why I say I think a lot of people are going to look at this buff and they're going to feel exactly how I felt when I first looked at it. That this is trash. But it's not. It has potential. You just have to be smart about how you do it. Right? So it's a weird one. I'm not sure why they chose to go this route, but at least it's not the same as everybody else. If it were me, chat, I would have just given her 30% charge and called it a day. She could be 3-star like Mama Raiko, basically. But the devs tried to do something unique with it, and so I think it's a little bit better. And keep in mind, too, she's got 30% power mod against burning targets now, so it's at least strong. But yes, I feel like it's easy to see how broken she could be with an NP interlude, but until that happens, this is still a pretty middling buff, is what I would say. So I'm going to say it has real potential for the future for Kyo, but it requires the devs to buff her again. And we'll see whether or not she gets that. 30% battery would have done just fine. So, yeah, exactly. It would have been the more simple approach, and it would have been easier for most players to be able to comprehend. But it's definitely an interesting buff. So, is the Kyo buff good? Kind of. Okay, right? That's the way to think about it. Has really good potential, but for right now, it's just kind of like, well, I guess you can 3-turn with Kyo now, provided you get a card. I don't really want every AoE to be able to loop and 50% charge she. It would be boring. I agree, but I also feel like at this point, if you're not one of those units, you naturally get left behind because so many of the units in the game are that way. So it's really weird, but that's kind of a problem of the dev zone making. So that was Kiyohime. Now we have Azumi no Isora. Chat, hold on real quick because I gotta study the blade here. I had to do CPE all day, so I didn't get a good chance to look at this. I have discussed it with people some, but okay, like that. Obstacle maker. It was a trade for an advanced quest? Okay. I was not sure. Because I was just like, what the hell? Yep. Yeah, they have nice supportive qualities. Yeah. Yep. And God, we've got a couple of people that can do waterside now. There's just an actual fuck ton, which is good. We need more, so I don't have any issue with this. Especially because the majority of people that that can actually provide the battlefield are not arts. Yeah, and then only the one nullify. But this is just servants that use the battlefield, not servants that actually add it, right? Yeah. Okay, so it's an addable type if it has that. So basically, only these 3 prior to this have been able to, which is really funny because it means that fandom didn't update this yet for her. So you only had 3 units that could bring waterside battlefield, and one of them is literally the guy that we just got on an A, whose name I can't remember. Zhang Ju, thank you. And yeah, it's like, it's nice to see because like literally you have it on like Melt, and Melt is good, you know, because she's arts and stuff like that. But basically your other 2 are quick, and now your 3rd one is also quick. It's just really funny to me. It's like overwhelmingly in Quick's favor at the moment. Oh, that's a unique one. Great Crocodile. Yep, anti-moon cancer. Well, yeah, I mean, they're alter ego, so, like, there's just a shit ton of people here for this. But especially the foreigners. Yeah, only the one turn, unfortunately. Oof. Well, that shouldn't be too terrible, because they're what, 7 hit? Or 8 hit, sorry, yeah. Mm. Hmm. Sorry, chat, just give me a minute. Yeah, double check that for me if you can, Avalon. That's not bad. Oh yeah, because it's super effective. I'm looking at damage numbers right now, chat, and I see something and I just go like, yeah. Yeah, of course. Ooh, spicy. Okay, so I saw that last minute tweak. And then wait, how much did they have in their kit? 30, yeah. Okay, so they can theoretically do it. Doman exists? Doman does exist. Which, I'm gonna go ahead and start, but is that something you can get me by the time I get to it, Avalon? No. Just him, right? Why am I having deja vu? Someone brought up Doman in chat, and I literally realized that Avalon got me a ton of numbers, but he didn't give me Doman's numbers. So it literally made me realize that he was actually missing. It's like I can understand how this happens to Avalon because he gives me so many different things for being able to like talk about these units, right? Okay. Chat, what are they from? We don't have it under trivia. I'm surprised. Shame on them. Maho Hako? Maho Hako? I see Maho Ako. I see the irregular at Magic High School. Maho Sukai no Hako. Okay. Yeah, I'm just laying eyes on it. Magician's Box. Oh my god. You know it's bad? When literally the Type Moon wiki has like nothing about it. Like it just has a 2-sentence blurb. And then here's the characters that are in it. Damn. It's old, not very well known. Yeah, I didn't know about it, right? So that's why I was like, I was curious. Plugin do I use for simulcasting? I actually don't remember. Like, It's been installed on my OBS for a long time now, but it's like some Japanese plugin. If I ever had to update it, I'd be in trouble. Okay, let's get this party started, chat. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today I'm going to be talking to you about Azumi no Isora, aka Hibiki and Chikagi. So, the twins, as I'm going to call them for easier references, are from a very obscure Type Moon IP, and that's the Maho Tsukai no Hako IP, which is a drama CD, I believe, that literally stars these two as mascots. Now, Hibiki and Chikagi are going to be coming to us with the new JP event here, and they are literally going to be an AoE quick alter ego. They're going to be 5-star, they're limited, so you're not going to have, obviously, a ton of opportunities to roll for them. Now, it's interesting because I'm sure a lot of people are going to write them off just due to the fact that they either are obscure or, again, the fact that they're already maybe looking towards summer and anniversary that we kind of know are coming. So I do think they're going to be a interesting unit, especially by the time they come to an A, because a lot of people on JP probably will not have gotten them and will not necessarily have actually spent some time in order to understand how they work. The interesting thing about them is on paper, they maybe look okay. They maybe look like a supportive type of like hybrid support, hybrid damage dealer. And that may be something that players will look at and be like, oh, okay, that's not that bad in terms of kit. But they may actually be not understanding the actual performance of the characters. So the interesting thing about the twins here is going to be, again, that they are literally going to be a, like I said, supportive type of damage dealer. They're another one of these quick units that actually can help out the party. And we've seen this before with units like, say, Daiko Kuten, or again, even maybe a unit like Summer Scotty herself, who is a full-fledged support, but can also double up as the damage dealer. Now, I'm not going to say that Hibiki and Chikagi are actually going to qualify in that sort of sense as a full-blown support, but they certainly can be a complementary type of unit in a sort of double damage dealer type of setup, or again, just in helping the actual supports maybe get to their own NPs and help protect the party and do other stuff. So let's go ahead and let's go through their kit and talk about why I think they can still be strong in regards to how they actually function. So taking a look here, you guys can see they have about 12.2k attack. It's actually pretty good, especially for an alter ego. Definitely not a bad number to see. The problem that we're going to have is going to be the HP stat. It is rather anemic, especially for a 5-star. This is a level that we see a lot of 4-stars at if they have on the more robust side of HP. So having only 13.5k HP is definitely a warning sign for a 5-star to be aware of. You guys can see they are man-traded. They are also going to have 0.55 NP charge attack, which is going to be an interesting factor for them NP gain-wise. It's not the best, but we're going to show you how this is probably not a concern for them. They have 99 star absorption, which is just one less shy of their class average. 9.9 star generation, which again is 0.1 shy. And then 4% NP charge defense with a 25% death rate, which is pretty much right on average in terms of actual death rates. Alignment here is going to be lawful good. Their gender is going to be female. Their traits are going to be rather plentiful here, as they have Divine Spirit, Divinity, Group Servant, Hominide, Humanoid, Immune to Pigify, Living Human, Obstacle Maker, Servant, Seven Nights Servant, and Weak to Inima Elish. Interestingly enough, their deck is also going to be sort of the idealistic quick deck at this point in time for this day and age, because obviously we have Scotty and Summer Scotty out there as the main supports. But basically with the two of them here, you have that capability to dabble in both Quick and Buster now that we have 2 cards each for that. And that is kind of ideal for the Summer Scotty type of setup, because it does mean that you have the Quick cards that can crit naturally well in a Scotty setup, but it does also mean that you have some Buster cards, which at least with Summer Scotty get a lot more crit power. So you do have that going for you in terms of being able to establish maybe the ability to take down a wave just with your own crits. Obviously, hit counts here are actually all average or above, with the arts card being the one that's above, which is a good thing since there's only one of it. But again, with that 0.55 NP gain rate, a 4-hit arts card's not going to be that bad. That's actually going to be pretty good in terms of its NP gain. Looking at their skills now, you guys can see that they basically are going to have party-wide quick and buster performance for 3 turns of only 20% each. Not only going to be the most robust steroid, but this is going to cover the majority of the cards in their own deck. And again, it's party-wide, so this is going to help even like the Scotties that are alongside them actually kind of pop off if you have to use their cards. It's also going to increase the party's NP generation rate for 3 turns by, again, up to 20% here. So this is obviously going to be useful for them right off the bat, but potentially even if you did have to card with a Scotty or someone to try to get them to their NP. It's going to grant themselves evasion for 2 attacks, 3 turns as well, which just sort of rounds the whole thing out as a incredible party-wide steroid and NP generation thing, but also, hey, I've got some hard defense in here for keeping myself alive. Definitely a nice thing to add, and the fact that it's not just 1 attack is certainly solid. The second skill here is going to charge their own gauge by up to 30%. And basically, this is going to be a skill that you're going to want to lore just for that reason. You're going to want to hit that nice even break point on the charge skill in order to allow them to, again, be able to like utilize better starting positions for different craft essences. But we'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. It's going to charge the rest of the party's NP gauge, not excluding them, by 20%. So definitely nice right there, because that's going to turn them into a 50% charger. So certainly a solid blend, as this is going to be reminiscent of, again, who's our 5-star writer, chat? Guy whose name I cannot think of all of a sudden. Taikobo, thank you. Yes. Grand Wang, if you will. He's somebody that basically ends up having sort of that same deal where he can charge himself 50%, but he's giving some to the rest of the party. It's going to be the same thing with Chikagi and God, I'm just blanking on her name. Hibiki, thank you. So both of them are going to be really solid for this. Now, the additional aspect here, though, is that we also have a heal, and this is something that's missing in a lot of our quick comps. It is definitely a good thing to have because really it's something that neither Scotty actually brings to the table. So the fact that you have a party max heal for 3 turns is certainly a good thing. It's up to 3,000 HP. So if you want to lure this, you certainly don't have to, but this would at least get you a good sizable chunk of extra health. And the good part about max HP, remember, is that it can be used at any point. That is to say, you do not have to worry about like, oh man, do I use this 5,000 heal because I'm only missing 2,000 health because it would waste 3,000 of the heal. You literally always will get the benefit of max HP because it will just increase your cap for the duration that it's there. It will also heal up that damage, so it is just granting you 3,000 HP regardless of where you stand towards your HP cap. So this can be popped right away and actually be used to just further buffer everyone's health. Or again, it can be popped later if you need it in order to allow you to maybe heal up some. So this is going to give them some challenge viability, if you will, for helping keep these supports alive. It's not going to be a long-term solution because, again, it is a 7-turn cooldown at best. So that is going to be something to be considerate of, is that, yeah, this might help get you out of a jam temporarily, but it's not going to be a permanent solution to anything. Still, better that they have it than not. It's just going to help make the quick comp less squishy overall. And then we end up at the third skill here, and this is going to increase the party's NP damage for 3 turns. It's also, again, going to be the only thing that actually scales about the skill, so keep in mind that when you're leveling this up, that's really all you're getting. But the good part about this is remember that this is going to be something that will scale extra well with someone like Oberon, so you really do want to level it as high as you reasonably can. The good part about alter egos just in general is that usually getting those first 7 skill levels pretty easy as long as you have the skill gems. Unfortunately, it is going to be a little bit more difficult to get them to something like 10, but it is the way it is. So still, I highly recommend leveling the skill and getting it up to a higher level because of that. From here, it's also going to grant self debuff on attack for the next 3 times over 3 turns. That is to say, whenever they attack with their quick cards, it will literally inflict defense down by 10% for 3 turns. Definitely not a bad thing to have, as you can utilize this to pre-card their NP if you need to, stacking defense downs on the enemy before you actually hit them. So you can use that to get a little bit of extra oomph if you need it. You're also going to basically have a buff on attack for 3 times 3 turns that will increase their own critical damage, activating first every time you use a Buster card. So this does mean that when you use the Buster card, before it actually hits, you will increase your own crit damage by 10% for 3 turns ahead of that. So each Buster card you use, if it does crit, would be the beneficiary of that extra crit damage. Now, again, it does have that limitation of 3 times 3 turns on each of these, so just be careful. But it is a nice effect overall for them to have, and it is something that's just going to have some upward scalability. But that's not all. This skill also ends up granting Waterside Battlefield buff for 3 turns. This is great because this sets the battlefield for not only the twins, but it's also going to set it for anyone else in the party that maybe could use it. For instance, someone like Tlaloc, who also ends up being a quick unit that does rely on Waterside Battlefield from time to time. So there is some interesting potential synergy. Maybe you're just bringing them into the party for the ability to do that, because this is going to make them a unit that can provide Waterside Battlefield, can give NP damage up to the party, can give the party 20% charge, and can give the party Buster and Quick Performance, as well as NP gain for 3 turns. There's a lot of potential here as that pseudo support, but it really probably is going to be tied to like, hey, I need it just because I need the Waterside Battlefield. But again, it's up to you. There are other options that you could use besides someone if you didn't need the Waterside Battlefield. But to me, this is going to be the big reason why you might actually take them in order to have that easy route and easy access and still gain some additional beneficial effects. So it is a nice thing that they have this, not including their own use of the Waterside Battlefield, which we'll talk about here in a second. Now we get to the passive skills. You guys can see the first one is a unique form that actually gives buff removal resistance by 10% and increases their own debuff resistance by 10%. So not a bad thing overall. Again, these sorts of things can be kind of difficult to work with, especially buff removal resistance, because odds are if you're worried about that sort of thing, you probably need to be taking 100% into the party so that you can make sure that everyone keeps their buffs. But it is what it is, and you never know, it might just help them if you just happen to be in a challenge fight or a story fight with them from just having something like actually stolen from them. Maybe you're facing those annoying monkeys from the old New Year's event, and they end up taking, buffs just, in the middle of one of the nodes. This could be helpful in preventing that from actually happening. Still not the best thing, but not the worst thing. She has independent action as well. That's just going to increase their own critical damage by 8%. And then they have a unique one that is called Playground of the Gods. That's going to increase the entire party's critical damage by 5% while they are on the field. So definitely another nice supportive aspect going on here. Then we have a unique form of divinity that's going to increase flat damage by 100 on each attack that they do, as well as a solid damage cut of 300 here. So an interesting thing to see that we're kind of getting a little bit of inflation here going on with the passive skills, because there's a lot of good effects getting piled in here. And that's still not all. As you can see, Protection of the Great Crocodile here is going to grant 5 critical stars every turn and NP gauge of 5% every turn when on Waterside Battlefield. So again, the fact that they can bring Waterside Battlefield themselves means that this passive will absolutely be a great benefit to them and allow them to just kind of further facilitate their own loopability and give them more stars for critting. When it comes to the append skills, I highly recommend the mana loading first and foremost for them. And the reason why is just going to be, again, that sort of additional ability to get more charge. You can maybe use them in a sort of multi-damage dealer setup and allow them to kind of be able to charge the party as well as themselves. This would basically mean that in conjunction with their own 50% charge skill, they could have up to 70% of the charge accounted for on their own. So that is certainly a solid way to look at it and definitely an interesting thing. The only downside is we don't really have a good 30% party-wide quick charger really at the moment, but who knows, that may come in the future, so there might be some interesting pairings later on. But for right now, there'd still be some other units that you could easily pair this with that could maybe help fill in that extra missing 30%. Still, I highly recommend it just for that, again, starting charge type of standpoint. The third skill here is somewhat weird. It's anti-moon cancer attack damage aptitude. We're dealing with an alter ego who would be neutral against that. But we do have a super effective modifier on our NP, so there might be some synergy here. I think the bigger question is, how often do you see yourself needing this? How often do you see yourself truly fighting a moon cancer? So to me, this one's not very high on my list in terms of usefulness. I think I'd rather actually go after the extra attack finesse instead, but it just depends on you and your own outlook as to how much you feel like you would need that third append. So I would immediately go with the mana loading and then probably the extra attack finesse. And then last but not least, if you have to spend the coins, I would go with then the Moon Cancer one. Now we get to the Noble Phantasm. And as we already said, they're a quick AoE alter ego. They're going to have an 8-hit NP, which is definitely solid. And you can see maybe why the NP gain rate was set where it was. Also because in addition to that, we're going to increase our NP generation rate by another 20% whenever we're on waterside battlefield. So again, not only do we get charge per turn and stars per turn, but now we get an additional 20% NP gain here. That's actually going to help out in conjunction with their first skill and the 20% they get there, giving you an extra 40% NP gain, at least as long as you would have the waterside battlefield up. So definitely a nice thing for them to have, and certainly going to help facilitate their overall refund numbers. From there, they're going to remove all enemies' defensive buffs activating first. This is never a bad thing to see, and it's always a pretty solid one. Usually you want things that strip defensive buffs rather than, say, offensive, because again, this just means that it's going to be very difficult for the enemy to actually stop you from dealing damage to them. It's going to mean that any annoying hard defense buff gets removed, the only exception of which would be Guts, because Guts is not considered defensive. It is only a restorative buff as it is. But still, it is a very, very good thing to have, as it means that you're not going to be able to invuln or evade them in that regard, and they're just going to remove any attempt to try and limit their damage. It's then going to deal damage to all enemies, and it's going to deal 150% super effective damage to chaotic aligned enemies. The good part about this is because it's chaotic alignment and because they are an alter ego, this means there's just a ton of units that it works on. Obviously, the big ones that you're going to worry about are going to be the foreigners, and there's a good chunk of foreigners that actually are chaotic aligned. So this is pretty much right up their alley for exactly what you would be looking for. But since it's an alter ego, we're also 150% effective, not full 200%, so semi-effective against the Cavalry Triangle. So yeah, there's just going to be a ton of options for you in terms of actually being able to use this. This is a really, really strong niche for them, and it is going to be something that does set them apart, so to speak. So I do think this is really solid for them. Their overcharge effect is going to increase their quick and buster performance for one turn activating first. So again, it's going to improve not only their NP's own damage, but also their star gen. And then yes, any subsequent follow-up buster cards on that turn would gain the benefit as well. But it's only going to be a 10% flat amount. It does scale up because it's overcharged, but again, the maximum that you could potentially get at 500% there would only be 30%. So it's definitely a nice overcharge. With regards to the twins here, let's talk refund numbers now. I think one of the best ways that we can look at this is basically to say, here's the situation that you're going to find them in very frequently. And that's going to be against 3 times assassins, where basically you're going to be using something like double Summer Scotty on support. That's going to be sort of their typical setup where you can expect the most. They're hitting that 50% refund breakpoint that is kind of pivotal to a lot of quick comps. Is going to require just 1 out of 24 possible hits of overkill. That's not bad. That's very easy to achieve. It basically is assuming you even kill the enemies, you will refund enough. And if you don't kill the enemies, you would have the opportunity to card. So against 3 assassins, they're pretty much auto looping to 50% at least. So definitely great for that. Now, that's not everything though. And that does include their 5% charge per turn, by the way. But what if we're encountering 3 berserkers instead? That makes things a little bit more spicy. Instead, in order to hit that 50% breakpoint, we're going to actually need 8 out of 24 hits of overkill. AKA, we're going to need to actually be able to kill the enemy with about 55% of our NP's damage. As long as we can do that, we should be good. But that's going to be sort of what it's going to require, because we're going to need basically 3 hits against each enemy. One of the enemies could only be 2, probably a high health enemy in a wave or something like that. But again, that's going to be sort of what it requires in order for you to actually have enough to get to that 50% breakpoint. Now, that might not be the end of the world. There might be other things that you could do in order to kind of stretch it a little bit. Maybe you pre-card some. Maybe you end up having an additional source of NP gain or charge in the party, because this is just talking about support with double Scotty, not, hey, what do I do in order to use a third support? So for instance, you could always add in an Oberon, you could always add in a Nero Bride. Again, other units, maybe even just a third Scotty in there in order for that to work. And all of this would improve these numbers. So they're definitely going to be pretty solid in terms of refund, no matter what you're really facing. With that in mind, it comes with some rather easy craft essence suggestions. I'm not even really going to open up the page for you because there's no real requirement to do so. The obvious recommendation is going to be starting them from 0, starting them with a Black Grail, and that is certainly going to be easy for you to do in most scenarios. Now, the interesting thing about this is you might not have Black Grail, so you might have to come up with an additional type of craft essence to work in its place. Obviously, you can do things like, again, some of the other lesser rarity ones like Heaven's Feel, or again, Angel Song or something like that. Or you could end up doing, something like Honey Lake and trying to go after the Burn Power mod and stuff there. So there's obviously other ways that you can enhance damage and still start from 0. And there are plenty of other ones that actually would work and actually help them out. So the real thing that you're going to be focused on is just whatever can give you the most damage, because that's also going to help you hit some overkill hits. They shouldn't really need help on the actual refund department as long as you're using double Summer Scotty with them. But it just depends on what you're facing, because there is a scenario in which, what if we're maybe not facing 3 enemy waves? Well, you could also do it against 2 enemy waves. That is to say, against 2 assassins, the twins here would basically end up getting to a point of, even at 0 out of 16 hits of overkill at that point, you would literally still have 30% charge. And that is enough for them to still start from 0 against a 2-2-2 setup node. Heck, it'd just be 2-2 whatever the final wave is. So even in that scenario, they're not really going to care. As long as it's not like single enemy waves, that could start to get a little bit spicier. But again, I think it's a really easily doable thing for the twins, and something that they're actually going to be able to do quite solidly. So now, with that regard, we kind of know where they sit refund-wise. We kind of know where they sit craft essence-wise. You could certainly try to use a 50% C or something like that, but it's not really going to be that necessary in most scenarios. We will talk about one of those included. So let's go ahead and let's talk about the self-buff damage numbers for Azumi no Isora. Again, these don't look that great on paper. Why? Because these are neutral numbers. These include only their own damage, so no damage number increases from craft essences, mystic codes, support casters, or anything like that. This is just them with their own stuff popped, how much damage they would do in a neutral environment. So, in that regard, it's actually not that bad, especially when we could start considering alter egos and the fact that they maybe don't normally have the most offensive of power. So, in that regard, we can also look at a charge scenario here. So, you guys can see these are the two scenarios that we talked about earlier. Basically, right here, this is a start from zero standpoint. So, they can, on turn one, immediately pop their skill and have 50% charge. From there, you can literally just throw in a Summer Scotty, that's 50%, and that's going to be full, and you could already NP at that point. We used Oberon as the third support for demonstrative purposes, and you can go ahead and pop his 20% charge skill here, because you're not going to need it. So you can literally just front load the firepower in that regard. And that's going to be 120% charge, and you can go ahead and fire off the first NP. So again, you could do this without Oberon if you needed. From there, you're going to refund 45.95%, but you're also going to get that 5% charge per turn because you're going to have used the third skill to grant her waterside battlefield. At that point, you're literally sitting right on like worst case scenario here. Again, 50% charge, and you're going to just use the other Summer Scotty 50% charge in order to bring it up to full. From there, it's literally going to fire off the second NP again, get back to 100%, and you're literally just going to repeat the process with the last 50% charge from Oberon there getting used, and you've completed your 3-turn loop starting from 0. Same thing over here with the Berserkers. Basically, it's just the exact same setup, only because Berserkers get a little bit less refund. And you guys can see it gets a little bit spicier there on wave 2 against 3 Berserkers. But essentially, all we're going to do is we're going to take that 20% charge that we had early on, and we're going to instead not use it right away, not front load it, and save it for the final wave, where we basically didn't have enough refund otherwise. And so at that point, we're still good, we'll still have enough, and we'll actually be able to still complete a 3-turn starting from 0. The damage basically in this scenario that we're going to be looking at here, and again, these are neutral numbers, so just keep that in mind, but this is level 100 Black Grail, Neo Plug Suit, Oberon, and Double Summer Scotty. We are going to be looking at about 287 on the final wave, certainly a little bit less in the first 2 waves, but this is kind of always the deal whenever we have Oberon in the projections. And then, again, 287 for normal damage, as well as 431 for the chaotic super effective modifier. So there's a huge spike in damage there. And you guys can see NP2 really starts beginning to ramp there, especially for the chaotic damage, as you start getting really strong. So neutral numbers, these are pretty darn solid, because you could probably be taking an alter ego in a scenario where it's not neutral and you're wanting to actually be effective. So definitely a good thing. Now, again, the thing to understand here is that there might be a scenario where you just decided, you know what, I want to start with a 50% charge C, and you can do that. Quite literally just with Double Summer Scotty. You don't need a third support. You can straight up start them with a 50% C, charge them 50% on their own, Double Summer Scotty charges in waves 2 and 3 there. And again, the refund is going to just be flat out enough to complete the 3-turn loop. So this is a less damaging but speedy clear where you don't have to use Plug Suit. It's really good to see this, especially involving a quick unit, because there are some quick units that can do this, but they're not that plentiful. So it definitely is a sign that Azumi no Isora is a good refunder, especially for a quick unit. And basically, with that in mind, we can show you guys the damage calculation here in this scenario. We use level 100 cranking, just because, again, it's another one that a lot of people should have. And basically, the Arctic Mystic Code, because we don't actually need any sort of charge or refund from the Mystic Code proper. So again, you guys can see Basically, as long as it's not a berserker, this should work. This should work against assassins or anyone else. When assassin and berserker are your two lowest, you're kind of okay in that regard. So just as long as it's not berserker. And again, much lower damage here, but remember these are neutral numbers, and remember that this is just a double support setup. So we're not trying to blow the doors off in terms of damage with a setup like this. But that's what I just wanted to show you, that yes, that sort of thing is possible. So now let's go ahead and compare the normal 3-turn numbers here with Oberon to our other alter egos that are out there. And you guys can see here's going to be Kiara. Kiara is going to be at about 327 for the units that she actually has her arts down on. And again, 408 basically at NP2. So basically the 287 and 431 just kind of is going to lose a little bit in raw damage at NP1 against the single enemy, but be pretty much on par across the board for all the enemies. And remember, you also have a trick up your sleeve for Azumi, is that, again, you can pre-card with quick cards potentially and get defense downs so that you could also be gaining more damage against a single enemy to help you out. So if you're really concerned about the damage differential here, you actually probably shouldn't be, because they also have the capability of doing something like this. And then NP2 actually is going to kind of get beat by in-niche damage from them against chaotic effective there. NP2 raw is going to still lose a little bit, but it is what it is. So I do think even in the face of Kiara, a unit that's had a ton of upgrades, they could still kind of hold their own. Next up here, we've got Okitan, and Okitan is certainly an interesting one because they're a little bit more Buster aligned. Now you can see it's about 285 here for NP1 with Okitan in a very similar setup. Granted, they have to use cranking, not Black Grail, because they can't quite reach 0 and start from that point. So in that regard, you're literally looking at, again, pretty equal damage numbers. It's actually a testament really to the amount of upgrades and strength that Okitan has, that they're still able to kind of keep pace with a unit that is using Black Grail for damage calculation purposes. The only difference here is they have a Sky power mod instead of a super effective modifier, so that's why you don't see as much of a damage spike compared to the chaotic super effective that Azumi no Isora does have. So definitely a nice thing for Okitan to have this, but you can see when it comes to actual niche damage, Okitan is going to lose to the twins in that regard. So an interesting thing nonetheless. Rasputin is going to be another one. He's going to be our second arts one, basically, to compare them to. And you can see, again, this is going to be another Black Grail one. He's coming in a lot lower, but that's because, again, Rasputin's another type of unit that's going to try and work in a lot more challenge environment scenarios, and somebody that is really going to be quite good down the stretch of fights. So I wouldn't be too concerned about Rasputin's overall output so much as, hey, can he actually get the job done? And as long as he can, we're probably good because he at least has that fallback capability with his gut skill. So I'm going to say, yes, Rasputin's not going to outpace them in terms of damage, but still going to have his own unique uses. And then we have, I mean, people should have seen this one coming, but Tiamat. And Tiamat is dumb. And this is going to be probably one of the two big comparisons that a lot of people are going to make with regards to Azumi and why they maybe would not want to roll. A lot of people are going to have rolled Tiamat. Tiamat is just one of the strongest units in the game. So this is sort of the elephant in the room type of scenario where you can see Tiamat just is going to be dealing crazy damage here at NP1, and certainly NP2, it's basically uncatchable. So just raw numbers is going to end up beating Azumi's actual even in niche damage. This is, I'm going to say, an oversight on the devs' part. I've been saying this for a while now, that while Tiamat should be strong, they have made Tiamat a little bit too strong. And it's going to be difficult to compare a lot of our alter egos to Tiamat. But at the end of the day, this game is going to be what you make of it. It's going to be who you want to roll. So if you decide you don't want Tiamat, or you decide that even in spite of having Tiamat, that you want Azumi, that's always going to be a, thing that you can do. So it's totally up to you. But yes, Tiamat on paper just is kind of going to win the damage race. So you're going to want to roll Azumi for, again, maybe things like the water side, maybe things like the support argument that they have going for them, rather than just raw damage output. But that's not all, because we do have 2 more to show you. The next one here is going to be Doman. So now Doman's going to come in at about 329, definitely a little bit north of Azumi's NP1 numbers here, and basically at NP2 is going to be looking at 438. Keep in mind, double Doman comps are a thing, and then obviously chaotic damage as well. You got a little bit of an overlap there. So it is interesting to say the least. Obviously, in niche, we're looking a little bit better, and we're actually able to outpace someone like Doman. So to me, there's a little bit of a difference in priorities here. Doman is somewhat supportive himself, does have a ton of charge as well, but he's going to be doing more for people that are evil chaotic, less so for, again, anyone outside of that particular niche. Whereas Azumi no Isora is going to be doing a lot more against people that are chaotic and actually get a ton more damage against that. So it's up to you to determine if you would actually want them in place of someone like Doman, because Doman is not a bad unit in and of his own right and does facilitate some very easy, speedy comps. And then the last comparison that's probably going to end up getting made, that's going to be another big one, is going to be Tai Sui. And the reason why is because Tai Sui is a welfare, so everybody should have him to a degree. And again, at this point, he's sort of going to be that baseline that we expect in terms of damage. So you can see NP5 here with him is going to be doing 323. You're guaranteed to get that NP5 as long as you played his event. So at that point, yeah, that's definitely going to be a comparison issue, because Azumi is going to lose at NP1. You do also have the man trait, which is just rather bonkers here. And so in a scenario in which man trait and chaotic are coming into play, he's going to absolutely trounce Azumi still in that regard. So to me, this is a thing where you're going to have to really hinge on, like I said, not the damage numbers for Azumi. They are not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but they are certainly not going to be better than Tiamat, not going to be better than Tai Sui, and yes, even units like Doman or Kiara might be able to outscale depending on the scenario. So in that regard, it's not all about the damage for them. It is literally going to be more about their kit and sort of the other things that they can provide, not only for themselves, but also for the party. If you want that sort of flexible type of unit, I feel like they're going to be a good pickup for you. But again, they are certainly not a must-have. They are certainly not a unit that everybody needs to consider rolling on. It's just going to be a, if you like them or you like what they offer, you can go after them. So again, let me know what you guys think about Hibiki and Chikagi. I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts and how you guys feel about the event overall. Just please no spoilers, and I will see you guys for the next one. Thank you all for watching. Have a good one. Okay. L-Dubs and Beatrice, thank you guys for the subs. Beatrice, thank you for the first sub to the channel. Chat, can we get some love for the people that subbed in that time? And again, enjoy your emotes, Beatrice. And L-Dubs, again, thank you for the 21 months of support. I appreciate it, my dude. Buster only gets Buster up and man trade on turn 1 unless the DPS servant brings attack or NP damage up themselves. Yeah, I mean, like, the biggest issue that a lot of this is going to have is just that, like, Tai Sui and Tiamat are just, they are absurd hurdles to overcome. Both of them are extremely good units, and one is free, right? It was in the moment. Oh, I actually did not see the Doman notes, so forgive me. This only works under the following conditions. 11 out of 15 overkill hits versus 3 assassins. God damn it. 3 out of 15 against 3 riders. 1 out of 15 against 3 casters. 3 berserkers, it wouldn't be possible. I mean, I'm gonna say against 3 assassins, it's not possible either. I think it's only possible against riders and casters at that point. Yep. Domain refund is just not great, but it's fair. Yeah, I mean, like, should I have included it? Yes. Did I want to bloat the video even more than I already did? No. That was a lot. Can the Twins 3-turn MLB Black Grail double Summer Scotty with a 2004 Mystic code and a 33X node? Yes. And you can take out the 2004 Mystic code. Well, actually, no. You might want it. You might want it in that scenario. Because again, I was sitting there thinking, I was like, yeah, no, when we were talking about it earlier, they did it with a 50% C. They should be able to, though. If not, they'd be very close. Yeah, assassins would probably be the bad one. But see, chat, sometimes it helps when I've got a fresh new unit for me to take like 5 to 10 minutes at the beginning before I actually do the analysis and read through it and understand it and make sure I'm good. I don't do that often, but there are some days where work just has me really busy and I don't get the chance to look over the unit properly beforehand. I had glanced at their kit, I knew what they did, but I wanted to, 1, refresh it in my mind, and 2, see if on a second glance that I had managed to think of anything else. Sent you the 2004 Mystic Code numbers from 0 now. Okay, so versus Assassins is 24 out of 24, yeah. Riders is 16 out of 24, so that's not going to be that great. What would it... If you step down to 15, would it still not be at 99? And Casters is 10 out of 24. So yeah, you could definitely do it against casters. $15 wouldn't be 99. That's sad. It happens though. Yeah. I mean, you might be able to do it against riders, but damn, that gotta be some low health riders. Or like you're just killing the ever-loving piss out of them. Very close. Yep. Like that's something where it would probably work is you do it in the opening wave, right? You basically go, all right, this is the lowest health wave. I'm going to overkill it by the most. This is the turn I'm going to pop my NP game. Yeah. And that's where it usually works. But it's funny because like it's one of those things where unless you're actually dealing with numbers, you're not really going to think about that. You're just going to play it by ear. And a lot of people will do it on wave 1 anyways. So because the logic whenever you're using 2004 is, hey, can I get back to 100%? Well, what turn is the best turn to try that on? Usually turn 1. No matter what the scenario is. So that's standard operating procedure. At that point, use a 50% CE or a CE from 0 that can help. Yeah. Like, I think, especially because of how they work, their raw damage is okay. And their chaotic damage is good, right? So, like, if you're using them in any of those scenarios where it's not neutral, you're probably perfectly fine. Unless it's just like, man, you're in a 90++ node, at which point, like, why are you trying to 2004 Mystic Code a 90++ node with 2 supports, right? Like, take the 3rd support and get it done. I wonder if Quick Lasagna is planning to shift it to 3 hybrid support DPS instead of the usual. That'd be foolish of them. Like, there's a ton of people that are running like multi-damage dealer setups where you've got like DPS 1, DPS 2, or even some scenarios where there's even DPS 3. And so you're either taking like 1 support or 0, right? There's a ton of people doing stuff like this. It doesn't really work for the majority of the harder stuff. Because usually you need a unit that scales extremely well for 90 plus plus nodes. And so the kind of like meta still for 90 plus plus is going to be triple support. I have seen some scenarios where you can do DPS 1 and DPS 2, but usually you have all the supports dogpiling 1 because it'll be like still double support with a plug suit. And they're going to be putting all their buffs on this one unit. And then the other unit is expected to like handle one of the waves themselves. So it'll be like somebody that just is exceptionally strong raw or like has actual trait effective damage against one of the waves. Because that's usually the only other way it works. I like that we're getting more party charge DPS quick units. I do too, but I feel like no matter how many of them we get, we're never going to be in a scenario where like the Scotties actually end up at their own like NP naturally in a 3-turn environment. Which, if we can get to that point, OG Scotty gets a lot better. I think a lot of people who shat on Scotty's NP buff would actually go like, wait, this is a Castoria-like scenario. Wait, I can get 20% attack up for how many turns? For 5 turns. So like, it definitely would help at that point. But the other problem that you're going to have is you're running a quick comp. Arts cards aren't common. So trying to form triple arts doesn't really happen. Because at minimum, 1 card every turn gonna be quick. Because it's the NP, right? Gets by with party buffs like Castoria attack up or Oberon MP damage, yeah. I wish it was 30% party wide. If this okay, let me state this. Let me state this effectively. If these two numbers were flip-flop, if this was 30% to party and 20% for self, I would be rolling this unit right now. 100%. I would absolutely be rolling this unit. So I do agree, but we don't know what the future holds. And for those of you guys that, let me state this, chat. For those of you guys that were listening to the insane ramblings of Trubs at the beginning of stream, I want to say this emphatically, that I've been talking with Trubs and memeing him for a long time on Abe no Seimei. Abe no Seimei has been like that guy that like, he's kind of like what Muramasa was before release, where like everyone keeps anticipating him and thinking he's coming. It's actually like we're getting there now, chat. Like as of this event, it's possible. You might actually see Abe no Seimei soon. So like, it's definitely one of those things where now some of the lore is in place for it to happen. So like, at that point, yeah, we might have another like quick support coming down the line. And who knows? For all we know, Abe no Seimei comes out and he's Castoria 2.0. So like, there's no guarantee that he's quick, but there seems to be another like big support dude coming in the future. And so at that point, yeah, it might be a quick unit. And chat, I'm going to go ahead and say this. if Abe no Seimei is a new quick support, I get to say I told you so and that I called this like 4 years ago. Why? It's the boogeyman concept. It's the man. I say 4 years ago, chat. I called it back in year 3. Oh God, it's been a long time. So, like, literally, we first realized that they were kind of not making quick units OP as fuck post Scotty. And it didn't make a lot of sense because we saw Scotty and we were like, well, she's strong, but she's not that strong. Why are they so afraid of quick? And so this idea that there was a boogeyman in the closet, that somebody was hanging around out there that the players couldn't see, was potentially coming in the future. And I've said this before, that it still doesn't make any sense that they haven't like done anything for quick in the interim. I think that's just their own stupid fault, or maybe they're just being ultra cautious and not wanting to push the boundaries too much. But if there's anyone that I would say fits the motif of the boogeyman, it's Abe no Seimei. And I don't mean like actual like boogeyman. I mean like a unit that would warrant the actual attention and like, again, like attention to detail and concern over scalability. It's probably going to be a unit like Abe no Seimei, because he's literally like Japan's Merlin. Okay, he's the closest thing they really have to that. So at that point, yeah, he's gonna probably be a strong unit whenever he comes out. And if he's quick, it would explain it. It would actually explain, yeah, this is why they didn't overtune quick for years. They knew they had Abe no Seimei coming for a long time, probably, and they just needed the right time to set everything up to get him in the game. And that took a while. And it would explain why, in that time, quick kind of languished a little bit. I'd laugh if Abe no Seimei is an arts or buster sport. I would too. I would feel like really bad at that point for quick. Because then it would be like, if you have a big ticket support that comes out that people have been waiting on for years, and it doesn't fix quick, man, what the fuck has quick been waiting on then? What the hell are the devs doing then, right? Abe no Seimei makes all the pieces fit. If Abe no Seimei isn't the puzzle solving piece, then I begin to really question what the devs are doing. Agent Fearless, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate it. It's gonna be a Rin face. I can feel it. Yeah, it's fine. Like all I'm trying to say is I don't want to get like everyone's hopes up, but I can easily see a scenario where that is true. Where yes, that makes perfect logical sense. Abe no Seimei is a new quick support that's been planned for a long time, for years, chat. And that would explain why they didn't like do all these insane crazy buffs to help quick along. Because they probably knew he was coming for a long time now. Like, chat, literally since 5.5, Abe no Seimei played a prominent role in the story. Now, when I say prominent, does that mean he appeared on screen? No. But he is featured and you literally talk to him. So he's at least been planned since the inception stages of 5.5. When they were coming up with how to do it, right? And he's been planned longer than that, I guarantee it. Okay? Also, for the Tamamo fans screaming out there, yes, that probably would be maybe why you would see a little bit more Nero focus right now if someone like Abe no Seimei is coming later, because Abe no Seimei does tie in to Tamamo's storyline. Yeah, I guarantee you he's going to have voice lines for Tamamo. So. I mean, even since Shimosa, there were hints. Right. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, at worst, you can say that since the inception stages of 5.5, that Abe no Seimei has been planned. So, chat, think about how many years that is, right? That's a long time that he's been in the works. And I think it's even longer than that. Like, I don't think it's a stretch to say that when Scotty came out, that they already knew that Abe no Seimei was going to be a thing. alter ego Abe with the boogeyman. Well, chat, I've said this, and Trubs hates my pet theory here, but I've said that, like, I would love it if literally Abe no Seime is just Doman, but he's normal looking. Like, it's literally just like it's the same face. I feel like that would just make so many people salted. Do you think we ever get dodgy Tamamo? I think it's possible. Ninetales Tamamo Moon Cancer, yes. See, I like how like that got all the Tamamo fans perked up. But yeah, no. The reason that like you'll probably guaranteeably see some sort of interactions with Tamamo, not Ashiya Doman. Abe no Seime is literally who dealt with Tamamo. Like back in the day when she was rampaging, he's who stopped her. So yeah, you're probably gonna see that, chat. At least some sort of reference to it. My pet theory is that Abe is Merlin alter. I would love that too. If it's literally, it's chat. If it's Merlin, but he's got a Fu Manchu, like I would fucking lose my shit. And then it's like you see someone does like a comic of the two of them, and it's like they meet in the hallway, they look at each other, they smile, and they just walk on by without saying anything. It's like they each know that they are the same soul, just in a different body. Merlin on JP for vacation, yes, yeah. They would also probably make it so all the Tamamo tales are in the event. Maybe even get Arya out there too. Oh, you're right. Yeah. We would get every single Tamamo tale, and then the Tamamo fans would have nothing to complain about ever again. Are you kidding me? Do you not understand the concept of suffering? You will be lucky if you get one Tamamo out of that. You will be lucky, chat. They will not give you all the Tamamos in one event. They will milk you. Why? Because they can. They would need to make the rest of the 9 first. Yeah, and I think Nasu even came out and said that the Tamamo 9 will not all be an FGO. Now, I'm going to say this. That means absolutely nothing, because Nasu says stuff like that all the time, right? Like, he's been flapping his gums about stuff, and it really is not like a big deal. We've kind of known that he just be what he just be, and he be lying. So, like, it's almost more confirmed when he says something like that, because you know that, like, somebody asked, hey, are all the Tamamo 9 going to be in FGO? What's he supposed to say? Yes? And then you know they're all coming? That's an unreasonable standard for him, too. Then he has to do them all. He's just going to tell you no. Why? Because if it was a lie, then you're going to be pleasantly surprised and happy. And if it's the truth, then he didn't get your hopes up. It literally, his best case scenario is to say no matter what the result is. And I think a lot of people don't understand that about that. If it's not about giant girls, don't believe him. Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. Cad got to get his farm on, because I need some of these rider embers, as chat can see. There we go. We will never be able to summon a beast, Nasu. I mean, to be fair, he did say that that you're not going to get any more beasts besides Nero, but he literally got called out in the interview by Takeuchi for that statement. And he was like, what? It's technically correct. And you're like, okay, buddy. Like, we never summoned a beast. She broke the summon down. Yeah, like, I get the feeling that's exactly what he's like playing on, is something like that. Like, oh, but you didn't summon her. She showed up on her own. And it's like, yeah, sure, okay. That's why it cost me so much money. That means we're definitely going to get another beast. Oh, yeah, 100%. You're definitely getting another beast. Like, guarantee it, because of the way that conversation transpired. How? Who? I don't know. But you're definitely getting another. Foe servant incoming? I would love that. Like, low key, I would actually love that. Like, if they put foe in the game, I think I'd wail. I think I'd go for 5 stars. Or sorry, I think I'd go for NP5. Right? Like, straight up. Give me beast foe. And give him like super effective modifier against Merlin traded enemies. And I'm down. Beast Mashu? I see. Beast Kama? Yeah. You still wouldn't get her blue form, chat. Hello, CZ. How's it going, bud? Didn't foe get beaten by Merlin? What do you mean? Like, maybe? Depending on how you want to look at it. Give me more commas to roll for. I see. That'd be cool, Beast Mash. Well, again, I love the fact that, like, a little bit of trivia that Mash was apparently planned to be in Fate Stay Night, and that it didn't get used, and that she was supposed to be like this yandere clingy person for Emiya, and that's exactly what we have in FGO. She's not as yandere, but she's absolutely clingy, and she sits there and she, like, is the cock blocker for everyone else. Daily Single got me my first copy of Surf Mode. Nice. But yeah, so it's like, I always like that little bit of trivia, and I wouldn't mind seeing a, like, quote-unquote Mash alter where she's, like, unhinged, right? Like, she's obsessed. She's the crazy, like, girlfriend trope, right? Where it's like, where are you going? What are you doing? I want to be where you are at all times. Don't you leave without me. Waiting for Galahad altar? Yeah. Finally a reason for Kyo to burn Mash? I feel like if Kyo could, she would. Like, it really is funny because Mash seems like she's the hall monitor half the time. Where, like, they're always trying to sneak into Master's bed, and Mash probably is who stops them the majority of the time. So I would assume if they could, they would have gotten rid of Mash already. I'd support Kyo in that effort, Jesus. Ah, sweet, we got the rare spawn. I'm trying to think of what the quickest clear of this node would be. Just for farming purposes. You couldn't stop Gog? I mean, yeah. To be fair, right? Like, not many people can. Kama gets hall monitored by Parvati. Understandable. None of you deserve a loyal Kohai. Are you saying that they deserve BB? Mash also has the backup of the round table. Yeah. Yeah, it feels like the servants would get in more trouble if they tried. You've been using Hibiki and Chikagi on NA? That's impressive. How did you manage that? You don't like MASH? How can you not like the cute eggplant? It's fine. I can see how some people would probably find MASH like cringy or annoying to a degree. It doesn't bother me, but you didn't read my second message, SMH? Because your second message was more damning than the first. I did you the benefit of not reading it. I would like to see more Lancelot X MASH interactions. I feel like those are always hilarious. I've been using Bazette for this HQ. Oh god. Yeah, if the enemy's like just self-buff, there's not a lot you can do. And I think Wyverns have the attack up buff, right? Do they have a room interaction? I don't know. To be fair, chat, I'm definitely not the expert on my room interactions because my room always has Arturia in it. Never anyone else. So it's just a thing. No time to farm fangs. Gotta get them interludes done on JP. You don't have your interludes done? Wow. SMH. Cat sees most of the messages. Some of them aren't worth dignifying. Yes, I would agree with that statement. Sorayuki plugin. Yes, that's it. That is it. Abino Seime, quick support. Let's go. Yep. Shufu with a fake mustache. I'd be okay with that. Like, it wouldn't bother me. The Lancer Mashu from that manga? Yes, I believe so. Well, no, I think like it was always planned as Shielder. It's just Shielder was going to be another class in the Grail War. And that's kind of what, like, the prototype that got developed into MASH. I'll ever change the My Room server for my birthday. Is it just Buntori, or do you swap between saber faces? For what? For like my room? Yeah, it's pretty much mostly Buntoria. I have had other saber faces in there though. I want Seimei to be a saber face. I mean, that would make me laugh, but I'm not sure that there's any actual like way to justify that one, right? Like it would be a stretch in order to do that. Because one, it would have to be gender bent, and then two, there would have to be a reason that it is someone like that, right? Which, like I said, if anything, Abe no Seimei already gives off Major Merlin vibes rather than Saberface vibes. Like, he straight up is the sussy caster motif. He literally in 5.5 just talks to us and gives us advice and is like, man, yeah, that sucks going on with Doman. Here's what you should do. Oh, but I'm not going to go over there and do it. You handle it. So it's the epitome of like talking to Merlin, but Merlin's trapped in the tower and can't actually come over, right? That's why I say, like, he gives the exact same vibes. Yeah, I was going to say, I think you get the birthday line regardless. My room servant ever since she came out, yeah. Similar Merlin features, but not completely one-to-one would be nice. I'm okay if they want to change some of it. I think it would be funny if it actually were Merlin. Like, I'm not saying that everything needs to be a Merlin face or anything like that. Though, I will say I do think FGO and Fate in general does better when they work with existing characters, right? I feel like that sort of self-collaboration really helps it, and that it actually just doubles down on the nostalgia kick and allows for people to like be like familiar with a character that is somewhat new, right? It's like whenever you turn a character into a Saberface, same deal. Whenever you turn a character into a Sakura face, same deal. Whenever you turn a character into a Rin face, same deal. Like you had that baseline expectation for like personality maybe and or appearance. And so that just helps you feel like a little bit more ingratiated into the character, right? Was this Rin face thing you're talking about? I don't know. It's something that someone once told me. People like Nito and people go nuts over Alto Chris. Yeah, Nito Chris Alto. Yeah, I straight up like I feel like, and I've said this before, that FGO needs to actually work on its nostalgia a little bit more than it does. You shouldn't ever make everything in the game nostalgic. Like, you definitely need to include new characters from time to time. But I feel like they barely touch on their nostalgia some. Like, this year on JP has been a lot, right? Because we've had not necessarily nostalgia with existing FGO characters, but nostalgia with existing Type Moon characters. So I do think that they have done a lot more nostalgia kicking this year. But I feel like it's something that they had not done a lot of in the past like 2 or 3 years. So I think it's overdue kind of for them to do this stuff. Despite Nasu being like question mark about Medusa. Oh, chat, you know he was playing dumb with that. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Medusa is a like summer unit this year or some crap, just because of what he said, right? Like, it was something where it was like, oh, the interviewer asked about it, and yet it was already in the works, right? Like, it was already planned, and he's like, oh, really? That would be a good idea? Oh, I didn't know. And it's like, he's gonna play dumb, right? If you think about it from that perspective, it actually makes a lot of sense for why he would act that way. It's Summer Lips year? Well, no, according to Takeuchi, it's not. It's also funny to think he's a confused, yeah. Yeah, but which Medusa? What, you mean like Medusa or Gorgon or Lily? Yeah, I'll say this. I really hope it's not Lily. I really hope it's not Lily. That would be a major whiff. I know people would want Gorgon. I would rather it be actual Medusa. Straight up, right? I feel like she's kind of owed that at this point. So, as much as people want Gorgon to get some more, I would rather it be base Medusa. Because I feel like base Medusa doesn't get enough love. Like, yes, we got the Saber form, but I feel like that was too little too late, if that makes any sense. Yeah. Summer Gorgon, though? I mean, I'm not sure I want to see the snakes, but, like, sure. Gorgon got nice body. I just shrug and take whatever with summer units at this point. Yeah, I mean, there's still several units that I really hope that they eventually get around to doing. And I think they will. Like, it's almost inevitable that they will to some degree, and I'm just surprised that they haven't done certain units before now. Like, for instance, Drake, right? Like, and I'm like, that's just really weird. They've had multiple opportunities where she would have been a very good fit for the event, and you know that she's popular enough that she would sell. So it's like, it's odd to me that they have not actually tapped into that more. But it is what it is. And I think, like, from what we know from interviews, the devs have actually like sat down and said, okay, who do we want to be the new summer units? And then they plan the event. So first they apparently decide who the units are going to be, then the event. That's why when you feel like a character fits an event and you wonder why they're not there, it's because the characters were chosen before the event was. which is interesting to me to hear that. All the snakes could have sun hats. I feel like that would look atrocious on the actual in-game sprite, though. Sleeveless turtleneck, mom jeans, and glasses without shoes. Okay, why without shoes? What's with the specific without shoes there? I'm a little worried about that one. Why not? Listen, chat. Listen, I'm on to you and your foot fetish. I mean, don't we have more than one Summer Sea with Drake in a swimsuit at this point? I think you only have the one, but she has been featured in several other, like, skimpy ones. You know why, Cat? I know. Someone's looking forward to Sith Tower. Because who wears shoes inside? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. There are 4 Medusas and 4 Rin faces. So if Medusa is underused, Rin is underused. I mean, sure, but Medusa's an actual servant and Rin isn't, right? Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I think I can understand with one of the actual, like, living humans not having a lot of iterations. Don't get me wrong, I still think they should do more for Rin. But it's weird to me to see, like, how underutilized one of the base Fate Stay Night units, like actual servants, is. And I'm like, that's just odd to me. Sorry, I like Melt. There are no feet there. You. That's a different type of fetish. I had to think about how I wanted to say that one. And I do not want to get into that. Dear God. That's just oof. Then what about Herc or Kojiro? You know, I'm still surprised that we haven't had like Herc or Lancer Coup for like one of the summer males. That is like one of the oddest things for me. Like, why have we not seen like one of them in like a Hawaiian shirt or some shit? Like, to me, that's a no-brainer. Would instantaneously like move mountains for the game. People would be like, "Oh shit, yeah, I can't wait to put Coup in his summer shirt." Like, literally give him a fishing pole instead of a spear. Yeah. Perks represented. Look at Megalos. Oh, that outfit that we can't get, nor a unit that we can summon. Summer Bazette. I can't wait for Summer Bazette. That's one where like, chef's kiss. That's gonna be a nice one. I'll be interested to see if they like if whenever they make a unit like Bazette into a summer form, do they keep her same gimmick or do they like do something different with her? Where's my Three Kingdoms event? They have enough servants to bring in to do it? I mean, I feel like they've already done a bunch of Three Kingdoms stuff, but yes, they've never done a proper event. Did you see the Sith Bazette art? Sith Bazette art. You mean like Balbon Sith or like Star Wars Sith? Star Wars. Yes, I did. You're talking about the one, here, let me grab it. Damn, Trubs linked that shit faster than I could find it in the Discord. Good God. Yeah, Kuwasabe is like freaking great, right? But yeah, that looks great. And like I said it before, I'll say it again. I do not know why we haven't had a third Saber Wars event. Like, I feel like people like the Saber Wars events. Like, they just like the story and seeing the alternate take on the characters. So, like, I am really surprised that we haven't seen them do more with it. Because it is a very, very, very good art piece. Like, and I think people would actually like to see this. It's basically Star Killer Bazette chat. Like, she got the reverse grip blade. I am surprised they didn't make it, green, but it is what it is. They even have a Saber Wars pavilion. Yeah, which makes me wonder if they're going to do it, right? Like, if they're setting it up for, like, people to get hyped for it. Don't know about Saber Wars 1, but loved Saber Wars 2 for obvious reasons. You know what? Then I hated Saber Wars 2 for obvious reasons. Saber Wars The Revenge of Summer. I think you could do like a Saber Wars like Halloween or Christmas or summer or something like that, and it'd be an interesting spin on things. I'm just kidding, Chad. I don't hate Saber Wars 2. Something like Saber Wars 9.5 Return of the Saberface. I'm okay with that too. I'm glad we understand each other. I see. If you're not with me, you're against me. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. Oh. No, like I think the first Saber Wars event, I liked the story of it, but the actual event structure was kind of annoying. But that's like year one events, right? Like all the year one events kind of sucked. They just were not very like especially compared to like our modern events that have a very structured flow and like the pacing just kind of works and the mechanics are not overly tedious most of the time. The early year one events were badly paced, had super tedious crap, and like just did not feel like they were planned with a lot of like the story was, but it didn't feel like the actual event structure was planned very well. Ah, yes, God Hando. God Hando. Saber Wars 1 was before my time, so I can't say much about it. Yeah. Saber Wars Summer takes place on Neptune. I mean, sure. Well, I did the rerun of it. Summer Herc should just be Berserkar. I'd be okay with that. I think that'd be amazing. And then he's a writer. Because he is a car. Did you see the new NECs? They showed 8 new ones. Yes. Well, I mean, kind of, right? Like, I saw Amakusa. I saw Hans, Nito, and is that Andromeda? Who's that with them? Oh, that's Johanna, yeah. I was like Pope, I can't think of her name all of a sudden. Tiamat, Kama, and Oberon. Actually, honestly, I actually like Oberon's. Like I feel like Oberon's like CE that they did looks better. Oh no, chat, listen. You say like links, right? Like I have the screenshots from Mr. Two Love Trouble stream. So we got it live right here, right? So like, yeah, no, I feel like he just straight up looks better than his original design. I know people really like his original design, but I think he actually looks better in that. Live Trub's reaction, yes. This man sells pixie dust. He do. Steampunk Oberon, yeah. Which I feel like that would have been a interesting way to handle Fairy Britain. I can understand why Nasu didn't want to, but like, at least for Oberon, I feel like his design works a little bit better that way. Which actually is the only Saberface Annie that we have so far Ace. So far, yeah. No, it's just weird because normally there's like 2 or 3 of them, right? I'm not gonna get like upset if there's only one. It's just one of those deals where it's like, huh, I'll be interested to see. Although, chat, do we always get all of the anniversary Cs revealed beforehand? Or do they just reveal a bunch of them and then some are still unrevealed as of the actual date? Yeah, that's what I thought. Because there's usually a crap ton. There's like 25 or so more to go. Yeah. Which I think anniversary is not until August, and they usually do like, what, 3 a week? So I don't think you're going to get all of them. Well, you can get all of them in that time. The closer we get, the more they reveal. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they kept doing more. Right. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. They usually do show 1, sometimes 2 a week on the radio station. Yeah, which like it's interesting because the radio station ends up being like a really good source for news for the JP side of things. I like low key wish we had something like that for NA, but then I start to think about like it would probably just be like Albert, and I'm like, never mind. I'm like, never mind. I don't need to see Albert every week. I'm good. Like, I don't hate Albert, but like, I feel like at that point he would begin to like get on my nerves some. Just Albert. I mean, it'd probably be Albert with like, I don't know, like Michael or something like that, right? But I feel like if it's just Albert, it would be atrocious. Jesus, on the other hand, yeah. Well, I've said this before. Like, I actually feel like out of all the people that we have on the live stream, that Michael is like the most interesting one. Just because, 1, you can tell that he's passionate. 2, he's somewhat personable. And 3, he actually will sit there and talk about the story and why. And I feel like that's important, especially for maybe a lot of the community that doesn't necessarily have the same like literary IQ. And so like he can actually talk for like, hey, here's why the story happened the way that it did, right? And I think that's actually a really like good and interesting thing to hear. I would like to hear him just talk about some of the reasons like why things were translated the way they were and the story behind it. I feel like that's actually somewhat interesting to me. Because of that passionate fan vibe. Yeah, he's definitely somebody that you can tell like he likes Type Moon stuff. He finds it very interesting. So hearing him talk is a thing. Whereas like, I'm not going to say that like Albert doesn't. It's just that I feel like Albert, when he gets on there, is one of 2 things. He is either 1, vibing off of everybody else, or 2, morbidly depressed. And there is like no in between with the guy. It is either he is vibing or he is depressed. Albert alert, yeah. He might have some background in radio or content creation. He knows how to project his presence. Oh, Michael? I feel like in Michael's case, he's just somebody that's reasonably, again, like passionate and sociable. Like you can tell that he likes to talk about his interests. Albert would rather talk to others than about the game. Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, I think I can kind of understand that. Like, for instance, chat, I'm a content creator. 1, if I ever make a mistake, y'all get on to me. So I can only imagine it's worse for Albert. Similarly, because I'm a content creator and because I'm not in official capacity about the game, if I make a mistake, I can retract it. I can go back and say like, hey, yeah, sorry, I got that wrong. Like, here's what's right. No one's going to give anyone at Albert's level the benefit of the doubt of retracting a statement. They're going to just instead, if he tries to retract it, be like, you're the fucking game director. You shouldn't have to. You should have known. Like, that's the problem. He's going to be held to a higher standard, right? So it's like, to a degree, it's why, like I say, like I don't hate Albert. I understand the pressures that he is under, and that like it is probably very difficult for him to a degree. But I also think that there's a point at which we have to realize that like things could be better for the NA community, and it doesn't necessarily have to cost more money. So I feel like that's maybe something that's like missing from their end. He's either enjoying it or I'm supposed to be off the clock, damn it. Yeah, I agree with you. That is the exact vibe that I get. It's the, why do we have to record this? I've already been able to go home. Come on, let's get this over with. Like that's what it feels like with Albert. Like, he is either happy to have other people there or he is just straight up like doesn't want to be there. And I'm going to say this. I feel like to a degree, while it is Albert's responsibility that things get done, I would rather he took a back seat and let somebody else run a live stream rather than him ever get up there and be a depressed motherfucker ever again. Like the one that he had, like, I think it was 2 streams ago. Maybe it's 3 now. I don't remember. But like, it was the worst one that I've seen in all of my years of watching NA. And we've had some cringe shit happen on NA. Like, we have literally had casting couch. Okay? So like, straight up, I will take casting couch any day over depressed, unenthusiastic Albert. Because like, I'm sorry, there is, I think, no more of a like turn off or like way to show that you have a lack of interest in a game than going up and being like, hey guys, I'm Khadroth. So today we're going to be talking about FGO. Again, we've got some stuff we've got to do. There's going to be a new event coming out, I guess. And it's like, I don't know. Like, play it. Roll for the new unit. Like, oh yeah, here's a C. It's drawn by an artist. They did a great job. Like, that is legitimately how he sounds when he's depressed. And I hate that, right? Like, you should not sound that way. When you sound that unenthusiastic, I would rather there be no stream. Straight up. I think that is the safest way to say that, right? That you are actively doing damage to the community at large if that's like the way that you conduct yourself. You sound just like no. I don't think I do. But like the point that I'm trying to make is he legitimately does sound like he just does not want to be there at times. And if that's the way it's going to be, then he should not, right? Like I think it's better to try and show enthusiasm, to try and like get people excited, right? Like again, as a content creator, I'm in a little bit of a different boat. I can actually let my true feelings be what they are. I don't have to worry about like again trying to like promote the game. One, because it's somewhat of a captive audience. I literally have you all chained to your chairs. You're not going anywhere. No, I'm just kidding. Just one of those deals where it's like you're already here because you already like the game, right? To a degree, it's the same way with Albert. But if you dislike what I'm doing, you're not going to stop playing FGO. You're just going to go to another stream, or you're going to turn your computer off, or again, like close Twitch, right? Or YouTube. If you don't like Albert, though, you might actually consider not playing the game. You might be like, I don't like the game director. I don't like the way he's like dealing with all of this. It doesn't sound like he cares. And man, because he doesn't care, that might be the reason my favorite unit hasn't gotten a banner or gotten a buff. Fuck. Why am I even playing this? Right? Like that's exactly the mentality that's going to go through some people's heads. So it really does matter the perception that you put forward. And at that point, rather than have a negative perception, you should opt to have none, because that is a better. Literally choosing not to play is a better choice than choosing to get up in front of everybody and sound negative. Other people get chairs. I'm stuck in a well. Damn. Don't let them know. That's the executive suite for the masochists. Why is my chain in the basement, though? Well, don't worry. I gotta go drop off the saw and tell you that if you don't chop off either your finger or Trubs's finger, that neither of you is getting out alive. But he isn't even someone that can influence basically anything. I know. And I think that's, again, like somewhat of a misconception that a lot of people in the community have. They don't necessarily understand the way that FGO is run and like who controls it, particularly on the NA side of things. They think that like Aniplex has full dictation over it, whereas the reality is it doesn't. Aniplex of America is just the localization arm. They're just the forward-facing front for LaSingle over here, because LaSingle doesn't have an office over here. The people that work here do work in a capacity for LaSingle, but they're employed by Aniplex of America. LaSingle is going to make all the actual gameplay choices and dictate the flow of things on JP, and LaSingle also does all of the coding for NA. So all the NA staff does is basically take the handoff of the materials and stuff and use it to promote the game. They're functionally a marketing and translation wing, and that's it. Which is really funny because, like, what the hell do they do for marketing half the time? So I don't know, right? Like, it's one of those deals where I'm going to say that NA could do better, but I also assume that NA is just on a very tight budget. They don't actually have a lot of like money to spend. So I do believe that's probably just a case of like, they kind of are given like $5 and like some bubble gum and some toothpicks and said, here, make it work. And at that point, that's why you had things like the casting couch stream. It's why you didn't really like have a robust staff for the NA side of things. And I think it's also why, to a degree, some of the the word I'm looking for here, some of the actual like some of the actual productions for NA have been very lackluster until we started getting JP involved. And I think when we started getting JP involved is when we actually started having success with it. Like, that's where all of a sudden there was a little bit more hype about the live stream and people wanting to watch it, because it did allow for, again, this sort of deal of like, hey, you're actually getting to hear from the VAs. You're actually getting maybe a little bit better production value. Again, in all of the like JP focus streams for NA, the worst production part of it was usually Albert's like Skype camera. Straight up. Like, so you could kind of tell. And again, I'm not going to blame Albert for that. Like, it's not like they gave him a like, you know, solid like streaming setup or anything like that. So I've never seen an actual ad for FGO. They do run them, but it's usually only on YouTube. That's the only place I've ever seen them. And most of the time, I don't get them either, because most of the time I block my YouTube ads. Tyga's crying in the corner. I do agree with that. Also better pacing. Yep. NA marketing is all word of mouth. Oh yeah, 100%. And the problem, and I've talked about this before, that like the issue that you have is FGO's perception in the greater gacha gaming and anime communities is not good. So like, it's definitely a problem, right? Like, if your marketing is word of mouth majorly and your reputation is bad, like, I don't think it helps things. And I don't think NA struggles by any stretch of the imagination. As far as I've heard, we are the second most profitable server. But yeah, I think it's just a problem, right? Like NA could probably be bigger than it is. It's just not. And the reason that it's not is due to multiple factors. And I've said this before, I do believe that the 2-year gap doesn't help that. But I also feel like there's not a lot you can do about that at this point. I've seen a ton on YouTube. Holy cow. Yeah, that's like, it's literally just YouTube is the only place I ever see it. If they exist somewhere else in the, I'm going to say NA marketplace, it must be very poorly done that someone like me who covers the game on a daily basis has never heard of it. And like, I'm not new to this either, right? Like, it's not like, oh, I just started covering the game on a daily basis. Like, I've been covering the game on a daily basis for 6 years, and I like have never heard of it. So, for the outsider, FGO is still the porn game, which gacha has no pity and sucks. Yeah, which is really funny. Maybe they just don't do FGO ads in my country. They might not. I mean, like, again, I'm not going to pry and ask what country you're in, but like, there are certain parts of the world where FGO is not available in. There's also just parts of the world where I assume they don't care as much about. Like, for instance, NA kind of is effectively the global server, but like, I've never actually seen them do anything for like Europe, even though they added Europe like a year ago now. So like, do they actually do anything outside of America? I don't know. But only because Australia is next door. Yeah. I wonder if that would change if they did a PC client through Steam or something. Okay, so if they did a PC client, it would be a good idea. If they did a PC client through Steam, that would be a bad idea. Have y'all seen the like initial reception that like Overwatch got when it came to Steam? That's how a lot of people would act. It wouldn't be as bad as Overwatch, don't get me wrong. But like, would it get a lot of like review bombing? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hold on, Overwatch is on Steam? Yes. Though I don't believe it's cross-play enabled? I think. There's some issue with it. Like I said, it got overwhelmingly negative reviews. But the majority of it was just because it was Overwatch. And it was the players venting how they feel about the game. I also doubt their security would withstand a PC client. I'll be real with you. Their security doesn't withstand a mobile client. Like people literally data mine and have access to the server, so it's a thing. They also might not have non-English ads. Yeah, and that's what I suspect is the case. They stick to like, hey, we're gonna advertise on YouTube for the English-speaking community for FGO. And so if you are an English speaker and you like FGO, you see the ad. If you're a non-English speaker and you like FGO, you don't see the ad. If you are a English speaker and you don't like FGO or any gacha game, you don't see the ad. If you're an English speaker and you like another gacha game but not FGO, you probably still see the ad. So it's like, it's literally a contingent on you liking gacha of some sort and you being an English speaker. And then you probably see it, if I had to bet. This is after they canceled the single player mode. Yeah, it didn't help, right? Like... I see Spanish ads on YouTube and I don't speak a lick of Spanish. Sure. Omagraja. Or oh my god, Raja. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh, that timing, yeah, they were fucked. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if Overwatch hadn't been on Steam, and then today they announced that it was coming to Steam and it arrived, it would still get a shit ton of review bombs, right? Like, regardless of the whole canceling PvP situation. Or PvE. Because I feel like it's just the overall temperament towards a lot of, like, Blizzard games has been negative for a long time. And they don't like that they're not listening to the players. So, like, review bombing is one of the ways that people take out their frustrations on a company. Especially a company that they feel like is not paying attention to or listening to them. It'd be insane if FGO had other languages on the game, but it also cost a lot. Well, I've said this before too. Like, it's kind of interesting that in theory they could possibly like add an English translation to JP at some point. It would just require, like, as they're writing it, for people to simultaneously be translating it. Is it possible? Yes. Would it cost a lot of money? Probably also yes. Would it be worth? I don't know. I don't think they make any money off of it necessarily, so. Genshin's already did that once? Wait, what do you mean? NA side is likely 4 to 5 events ahead in translation anyways. 4 to 5 events ahead in translation anyways. I suspect that NA is probably operating on a, like, year window, and they very likely are working somewhere in the span of 1 year to about 7 months ahead of time, if I had to bet. Maybe not. It may be even closer. It would depend on how frequently they kind of get the source files in order to be able to work on it. So it's entirely possible that they don't get it until like 6 months out, and then they literally takes them like 3 months to get it done, right? So that is certainly possible. But the reason that I say this is because we kind of have the occasional anecdote from like someone like Michael about like, yeah, hey, we're working on like X or Y. and it's not very common, but that's kind of what I've noticed. It's usually a little bit more than 6 months. So, but we'll see, right? Like, I think that sort of thing's always difficult because I think you have things like, yeah, the story chapters and stuff like that, where somebody's working on it, but it's way ahead of time, and it takes a long time before it actually gets done. So I'm sure in a normal casual event doesn't probably take them that long to translate, as opposed to something like LB7, which I guarantee you is already being worked on and has probably been in the works for a while, right? It probably is something that takes them a long time to fully translate it. And again, I'm sure they have multiple translation staff. So, the Grand Blue Fantasy route. Just take the JP client and translate it to English. Yeah, I don't think that's terrible, right? Although Grand Blue Fantasy is also a web client, so it is, I'd say, a little bit easier for them to kind of operate in that sense, rather than having an app on an app store and different app states that kind of need to be managed, right? So in that regard, Grand Blue Fantasy both simultaneously has it easy, but also doesn't get the benefit of having multiple different apps. There's an upside and a downside to it. They're probably in the middle of LB7 right now. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. Because again, I assume, especially with the more recent story chapters, they're fairly big. They probably take a long time. So I just don't think it's necessarily a big deal. NA advertisement is basically breadcrumbs compared to JP. Yes, 100%. Like, again, this whole conversation got started when we were talking about Chaldea Radio. So, like, just the fact that they actually have the money and the funding to get like 2 VAs to sit there and talk shop on a regular basis already tells you just how much more they spend on marketing the game, right? And their outreach in general. You probably group all events in a year and it wouldn't reach the length of a normal story chapter. I don't know about that. There's definitely some really long events. Some of them feel like they take forever. Like, for instance, I am not looking forward to the arcade collab from that standpoint. There were so many 5 AP nodes that I just don't see how that story is not just ridiculously long, right? And I've talked about this before, but I believe that that's why that certain things end up taking them so long nowadays. It's why they've gone to a 3-week cycle for events and stuff, is because I believe that the events are getting more serious, both in terms of production value and in terms of the story that they're writing for it. So I think that's kind of what they're up to, is that they are trying to make the events more robust, but because they're doing that, it takes them longer to produce any individual event. That makes any sense? Would that put the Aniplex US team out of work? What do you mean by out of work? Oh, you mean if they started doing it only on one server? No, because I'm gonna say that you would still have the NA server even if they offered English translation on JP. And 2, it's incredibly likely that that's exactly who they would tap in order to translate the JP stuff to English. How many apples did you spend already? I have no idea. I've been doing bronze. I have 1,600 bronze apples, so it's kind of why I've been doing this. I remember Seraph being fairly long as far as writing the event. Yeah. Wonder if Katak will be in since it needs ordeal call prologue. I'm gonna be real with you. While I'm sure that the story will deal with something ordeal call related, I'm also just going to straight up tell you that part of the reason that it's locked behind ordeal call prologue is to force people to complete LB7. And they know people don't want to miss the summer event, so they're holding the most desired event hostage. And I don't blame them for it, right? Like, I feel like that's just straight up smart on their part. Uh-oh. I didn't use Oberon. It's not a 3-turn chat. Please do our story. Well, look, I said it once, I'll say it again. I truly believe that their design of LB6's fight gimmicks is gonna come back to bite them in the ass. Like, it's really weird because with LB5, they went super hard with 5.2, and all of a sudden, people didn't want to do it, and they begged them for forever to get it done. And then they came back with LB6 and they made it super hard again. And they were like, what do you mean you're not beating Fluffy? Please get LB6 done. We've got LB7 coming. And they had to beg people to do it again. And then the same thing with LB7. Now they're in Ordeal Call, and they're like, hey, get to Ordeal Call. What do you mean you're not beating LB7? Get it done. So it's like, you have people that just naturally will lag behind on story, but I think what they're seeing internally is, of the active player base, they are not seeing a good enough completion rate, basically. They're not seeing enough people actually getting the story done and staying up to current on it. And they probably realize that the driving factor is event requirements. That's the only thing that will force people to do story. The only other thing would be rewards. And that's if you lock certain rewards behind doing the story, people will be incentivized to do it. To be fair, they've done a piss poor job of both of these things over the last 2 or 3 years. We have things like Grail casting and a new Mystic code locked behind Tunguska, and that's basically it. You've got things like Storm Pods locked behind Ordeal Call, but we've already talked about why Storm Pods are a somewhat like contentious thing. They're still good, but I do think your average player doesn't want to be asked to do them and basically doesn't give a shit about them. So the devs view this as a reward. Your average player doesn't give a crap about it. And so at that point, it ends up becoming a little bit of a trap for them. And I think that like they've realized that trap now, and they're like, okay, we've still got to get people to get it done. And that's why you have the event requirement basically being complete Ordeal Call prologue. Right? They're doing it on summer. They know people want to play the summer event. They know people want to read the summer event. So they're locking it behind Ordeal Call prologue in order to force people to get it done. If they can fix the dang map in 7, it'll be fine. I mean, I don't think the map itself is a big enough issue. I don't think people can't play 7 so much as the map is like buggy, right? To be fair, they don't make the game casual friendly. Well, okay, no, hear me out on this. So, in response to 5.2 and people not getting it done, they created blue prisms in order to help you get it done. Then, with LB6 coming out, they created literally the hardest fight in the game and straight up went like, oh shit. Even with blue prisms, the fight, depending on your structure and how much you went in with, was still failable, and you could have to pop either a second round of it or like, again, like use seals or quartz or something else to get through the fight. I'm not saying that everyone had to do this, but I am saying that there are plenty of people who did, and I know it. So at that point, yeah, you have people still using it. But with 7, okay? With 7, chat, all of a sudden, there's a bunch of fights where they just say, you can't use blue prisms. Stupidest thing they ever did. Absolutely the most stupid thing. Why? Because people that crutch on that and aren't good players at the game and don't have robust accounts, even if they want to play, they're not getting through it. So that's kind of the problem. And people be like, oh, Cat, it's not that hard. Everyone can do it. Sure, everyone can. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to the people that are veterans, that have in-game accounts, that have rolled every fucking unit. It's nothing in the game is hard for those people. It's the players that don't have that, that are more casual, that are more free to play, that basically have not taken good care of their account and haven't played it to the utmost maximum every day for the last like 2 or 3 years. Those players do struggle. They do fail to complete things. They maybe don't care as much about the gameplay side of things. They just like the hot units and the story. And then they get to a point where the gameplay is actually somewhat tougher and they can't do it. And they normally crutch on seals and blue prisms. Well, when you can't seal revive and you can't use blue prisms, you're just putting a big wall and saying climb it, and they're not strong enough to climb it. Like, can people still get through? Yes. Is it impossible? No. But when you put a barrier in front of a casual person who doesn't care as much, the casual person doesn't go, how can I climb it? The casual person turns right back around. They literally just go, nope, not dealing with it. So, again, they know they've struggled with getting people to complete story. To me, I'm not saying you need to make story easy, but you should still have allowed those crutches to exist. Those things that allowed people to get through. So this is, I made this prediction when LB7 came out. It has not been proven true yet. But I'm going to tell you probably within this year, I'm going to be proven right. I do believe they will undo the restriction on blue prisms in LB7 on the JP side. I think they're going to get rid of it. And I think the reason they'll get rid of it is they're just going to realize they're still not getting people to do it. And I think when they finally do that, then they'll start to see the completion rates improve a little bit. I'm not going to say it's going to make a huge difference, but I do think it will get some people. I think it's more about that there's people that don't quite want to know how to work out a story fight. No. And the only reason I'm saying no is because you're saying no to me. But the reality is, I completely agree with that statement. What do I mean? I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about. A casual person can't be asked to figure out the game's mechanics and to figure out a fight. They just want it easy. They want an easy 3-turn solution to something. They don't want to have to think. Right? Like, that's all it is. And you can't make that person think. No one can. So, at that point, the more barriers you put up, the less likely they are to complete it. It's just that simple. The beatings will continue until blue crystals are allowed. Pretty much, right? Like, so again, I'm not saying that they have to do this. I'm just saying that I believe that that restriction to not allowing blue prisms is a mistake, and they will probably undo it within the next year here. And I think when they do that, they will see that all of a sudden more casual people start getting through. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, they can, you know, try to get their player base up to a certain point gameplay-wise, but they'll also just, like, while they will end up converting more of their players into thinking individuals that can actually understand mechanics and think about the fights, they're also going to lose some players due to that. Can't read, can't think? Yeah. And chat, I'm not talking about any of you in stream. If you're in stream, if you come to stream, you already care enough about the game that you're probably fine. You'll figure out a way through it. Because you're somebody that literally cares enough to like watch content about the game. Your casual person does not. Your casual person goes, man, Demeter got hands. She's too tough. I'm not dealing with this. She's kind of scary. And that's literally what happened with 5.2 for years. We still have people stuck at Demeter. She was a ball? Yes. So that's the entire point that I'm making, right? Like, you had people that were literally scared to go fight 5.2. That already tells you that there's a problem. And that's not even 6. That's not even 7. So, yeah. Heck, I even know somebody that fought Demeter and popped several courts to get through. Most FGO players who are veterans will read all the things, read all the debuffs, buffs, type changes. Yeah, exactly. I think if you're somebody that spends a lot of time playing the game, you're not who I'm talking about, right? I also like how Aurelia Bot called you out right there. Look, okay, she had me got. I know. I'm just saying, right? Like, that's kind of the point. I think several people will just get stuck and they will just go, nope. I don't care. Not worth it. I remember using 3 courts for Demeter in the past because I didn't understand. Don't remind me. And I'm not trying to like call you out and be like, you fucking idiot. No, I'm like straight up just I understand it. And I think your average person arguing on Twitter, Reddit, and Twitch don't get that. That there are casual people out there that play the game and pay no attention to the community, to the content creators. I mean, shit. I feel like the majority of the community doesn't pay attention to content creators because I see some dumb shit every now and then, chat. Like, and it's things where it's like, man, I literally talked about that on stream yesterday. If they would have just paid attention, they would have found out. So I get it, right? Like, I think there's a ton of people that just don't want to either pay attention or don't want to have to. They only care about the art content creators. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be fair here. Okay, I feel like for a good chunk of time, the FGO content creators were not too good, right? Like, and I'm not gonna say that there haven't been good content creators for this game. I believe that there are, but I can understand why a majority of the community has distrust for the content creator side of things. Because there are people that would just literally sit there and flap their gums about shit that they knew nothing about. And they would just, peddle utter crap, and it didn't make any sense. There's some really odd takes from some content creators as well, yeah. Yeah, and like, I'm not talking about like for instance, okay, so I'm going to throw him under the bus here, but this is not meant in any sort of malice or anything like that. Fox, like when I was talking to Fox the other day, he's like, hey, I'm going to max out my barcast to bottom 15. I don't agree with that. I feel like there's no reason to do that. But Fox wants to do it to perfect his barcast. There's nothing wrong about that. Like, it is just him playing the game the way he wants to. I'm not talking about that. That is just a difference in play style and opinion. I'm talking about people being like, oh, so-and-so does more damage than so-and-so, when it's not true. People that are like, oh, this works in this way, and it doesn't. People saying like, oh, you have to like burn this or do that, like something that's harmful for your account, and it's just completely incorrect, right? So like, I've seen stuff like that in the FGO community unironically Like, people just straight up pushing bad advice onto the community. And I don't understand it, right? Like, and the only thing I could assume is just that they're kind of flapping their gums. They're trying to sound authoritative on something that they have literally no authority on. They do not understand the mechanic. And they just straight up sit there and try to sound like they do. And unfortunately, people believe them. But I do think that's also what gives it a bad name, is later on, when people find out that that's not the case, they go, what the fuck? And then they don't want to watch a content creator anymore, right? People saying Scotty is bad. Yeah, I mean, I'm also going to say this. You guys know me. I'm someone that's very practical and very pragmatic about, like, the usability of units. Like, I saw somebody comment this on YouTube the other day, and I should have thanked them for it. But, like, someone saying that CAD basically always just talks about the good parts of a unit, and that, like, he just tells you how a unit can be used. And it's like, yes. Like, I do talk about the downsides of a unit and the concerns, but, like, yes, I want you all to realize how a unit can be good. Because I feel like the vast majority of the takes out there are like, if you're not one of these, like, 5 most broken units in the game, that you're bad. And that's stupid. I firmly believe that that is stupid, because as somebody that has used all of the units in the game, I can tell you there are very few that I would say are quote unquote unusable. And when I mean unusable, I mean you can still use them, but you are really gimping yourself if you use them. The majority of the units are at some level of overall usability and playability. And the thing that I have realized is that over time, yeah, I mean, chat, I can sit here and I can talk about how great Melisson is. You might not give a shit about Melisson. You might want to know how good Roma is. You might want to know how good Erish Kagal is. Because maybe they're not your favorite, and one of those other units is. And that's all that matters to you. And that's what I realized over time, is that the better approach to everything is a more holistic approach. It's trying to pull down some of the overpowered units and make them seem a little bit less hype. And I don't mean that, like, I'm undercutting them and trying to make them seem like they're worse than they are. I'm saying trying to give them perspective rather than some of the insane takes that you see people have. And then furthermore, trying to show you how some of the worst units can actually be used effectively and still be good. I feel like that helps out a lot. And I feel like in doing that, it is educating the community. It is making the community smarter, more adaptable, and more flexible, so that they understand more about how each individual unit can be good and be used properly, rather than, here are the best units and I only need to know how to use them. Because all of a sudden, when the best unit doesn't work, you're up shit's creek without a paddle. And then you go like, well, crap, what do I do? I don't know how to use this. I've never fucking used this before. Versus somebody that uses many units and knows how each unit can be good if put in the proper circumstances to succeed. That player is just going to cruise right through every time. And chat, you guys can see how many times have I gone into like a CQ and I have fucked up and then still pulled it out. Because I knew how to play the game. I knew how to get myself out of the situation. I knew how to use the unit effectively. And I literally knew what I was getting into in the first place, right? Like, so a lot of it's party structure, picking the correct unit for the job, supporting the unit properly, getting the loadout that you want to actually get in there. And even if things go wrong, you can pull it out still. Yeah, there's times that I don't. There's times that I fuck up, and because, like, you know, I'm either distracted doing stuff on stream, or I am straight up just not, like, thinking about things properly, that I do mess up. I'm not a perfect person. But I do believe that as a whole, the more educated you become about the game and its individual units, the better a player that you are. Right? Like, so that's why I've said, like, that is my entire approach. It's why when other people are out there just trashing and bashing units, I'm just instead trying to stump for them. And that doesn't mean that I don't tell you about the things that are concerning about the unit. In fact, part of that education is letting you know where a unit sucks, why they have these deficiencies or these demerits, and what you can do about them. Because if you can do something about them, then you can make them better. And that is an important thing to understand. People believe them because they're probably like, oh, they're a content creator, they must know what they're talking about. Yeah, and I do unfortunately see that that's the case overall. So you have one crowd that will believe anything you say because you're a content creator. And you have another crowd, at least in the community, that is like, I don't trust any content creator because I've been burned by so many of them, right? So I understand why the community is the way that it is. I wish that, like, I could get myself out there for more of them, but I do feel like there's a ton of people that go like, oh, CAD's content just tells me stuff that I already know. Or CAD's content takes too long. He's too long-winded. When the reality is, like, chat, I could be much more laconic in how I conduct my content. But here's the thing. I've noticed that the vast majority of other content creators are quick and to the point and don't extrapolate. Part of that's because they can't be asked. The other part of that is because they don't actually know in some cases. That is to say, they don't understand the way things work and they're just doing like a quick demonstration or like a very quick summarized TLDR of things, right? And again, I'm not trying to say like every content creator's a dumbass except for me. I do believe there are good, smart content creators out there that do know what they're talking about. But what I realized is FGO does not have a lot of the, hey, I'm going to explain not only why this is, or like that this is good, but also why it's good. And here's all the things you should consider about it. Yeah, I have long form content. I extrapolate on everything and I try to cover every nook and cranny that I reasonably can without making the video over an hour long. My videos take a long time to process, but in the time, I hope I cover everything that you would reasonably need to know about the unit. Same thing with mechanics. Whenever I'm talking about a new mechanic, I hope that we cover everything within reason that you would want to know about it. So that you come out of that with very few, if any, questions, and that you come out of it understanding it. But that's the reason why, like, my content takes the length and duration that it does. I learn and grow at my own pace. Yeah, absolutely. Having a platform does not equal perfect knowledge, but unfortunately some people don't get that. Yeah, which is really funny because I absolutely do. Like, I've said this time and time again. Some people hold me up as an expert, as somebody that, like, knows everything about the game. I know a lot about the game. I've been playing the game a long time. I would say that I probably am somebody that does know a lot. Like if you were to take all the smartest people in the community, I'd be up there in that upper echelon of people of how much content knowledge I understand about this game. I still don't consider myself an expert. I still understand that I can be wrong, and I still understand that there are times that I may have forgotten something. Like, chat, we're coming up on like, what, 400 units in the game? Or are we past it now? I haven't even checked. It's been a hot second. But, like, it's difficult to keep all the units in your head, let alone all the mechanics, right? So things that I may have said in the past that I was 100% right on, I may have forgotten now in the present, and vice versa. So the big mentality that I've always had, and I've always tried to maintain it for you guys, is, okay, prove it to me. If I'm wrong, give me the proof. Find it for me. And if I know that I'm wrong, or that I don't know the answer to your question, let's go look it up. Because usually I do know the way to find it. And that's the interesting thing, is that for someone like me, and I've said this before, I don't care if I'm wrong, other than I don't want to disappoint you guys. I don't have enough of an ego that I can't be like, yeah, fuck, I was incorrect. Especially, like, the only times that I've ever gotten, like, upset with somebody pointing out that I've been wrong is when they're an ass about it. Like, I have literally had somebody, and I think this happened, like 2 months ago. There was something that I messed up on stream, and the person, out of nowhere, their first message that I had ever seen, literally started laughing and, like, calling me names. So I just banned them. I'm just like, well, it's not going to get better from there. Because that was my first impression of that person, right? But I know more than Khadroth, obviously. You know what? Good for you. But, like, the thing that I'm trying to say here is that, like, at the end of the day, I am not afraid to admit that I'm wrong. I understand that people make mistakes. And I believe that that's a good quality to have as a content creator. Because, one, it incentivizes you guys to speak up if I am incorrect. Two, it straight up does create a culture where you guys will think for yourselves and be smarter for that. And three, it also does allow me, at the end of the day, because I'm willing to admit that I'm wrong, to get you the right answer, which I think is all that matters in the end. Is that regardless of who's right, that we end up at the correct conclusion. I think once you get an understanding of the fundamentals, the game is easy. It's just a matter of prepping your account. No, I would disagree with that. And the only reason why I would disagree with that is because I know plenty of players that are casual, that understand the fundamentals, and they fucking suck at playing the game. They fail all the freaking time and need help from people. So I feel like you can understand the fundamentals and you can get by in the majority of content, but you still get curb stomped every now and then and get stuck. And the only way to get unstuck is to either get help or learn a little bit more about the game, right? I know more about Mofongo than him. Lies. The fundamentals can be easy to somewhat understand, but learning to use those fundamentals perfectly takes time. I've said this before. FGO is yet another one of those types of games where it is easy to pick up, right? It is easy to understand. It is difficult to master. And I'm someone where it's like, again, I think a lot of people would hold me up as a master. I am not. I make mistakes all the freaking time. I'll say this. I make less mistakes when I'm playing off stream. I'm very, like, to the point when I'm off stream. On stream, I'm usually trying to play without looking at the screen, and I am usually trying to talk with chat. So it results in me doing stupid shit like popping my Mystic code on turn 2 right there. I did not do that on purpose either. So, like, it happens, right? Like, but I think that's also just me being, you know, between two things that I need to be paying attention to. So but that's like, I do want to make that clear that, like, I don't really hold myself in that high of a regard. And I think that helps because I think that's part of the reason that I have this, like, thirst for knowledge. It has not stopped me from wanting to know more. And that allows me to improve myself over and over and over again across all the years of covering this game. Right? Streamer make a mistake? SMH, how dare you? Yeah. You're right, chat. We need to start changing my mentality on these things. I am your god. I can never make a mistake. Don't you ever challenge me. Yeah, it's not going to work. Anyways, it would be so much easier if that were the case. If everyone just believed everything I said without doubting it, right? But yeah, no, and I think to a large degree you guys do trust me. But it's because I am forthcoming about my own situation, and I don't try to lie to you, try to pull the wool over your eyes, and try to sit there and act like something isn't the way it is. And I do believe that has earned me some enemies over the years, because I don't necessarily sugarcoat things. I'm not afraid to tell someone that they're wrong either. But I also think that at the same time, it's like, people got to understand that with me, it's never personal until someone makes it personal with me. I really don't hold things against people unless I feel like somebody is holding something against me. And that's, I think a lot of people maybe either don't get, or they assume that is the case with me because it's the case with them, right? I feel like a lot of people feel that way. They harbor grudges and they try to hold on to them, and they just assume that everyone is also like internally like holding on their own schemes and grudges and stuff like that, where it's like, with me, I don't give a shit. Just be nice to each other. Like, that's, I guess that's how I was raised, right? Is to like treat people properly regardless of like how you feel about them. And it's only when it's to the point that like they're actually becoming a problem for you that you should ever consider even changing that stance. Don't think you want worship. Respect is what I don't mind giving. Yeah, I would rather take respect than worship. 10 out of 10 times. Throw them in the math dungeon and make them do math? What, you mean the first grade? I feel like that's the closest thing possible, chat. A streamer makes a mistake, how dare? Yeah. Time to start beef with Cad? I have many things that bother me on a daily basis, chat. Like, I want to be, like, transparent about that, too. Things where I feel like people should be doing better. I think that's the white knight in me. But I also realize that I don't understand people's individual situations, and that unless it impacts me directly, I don't give a shit. Right? Like, I'm very much a live and let live type of person. It's when people probably do start doing things that impact me directly, that then I would be like, okay, hold on, right? Is the cage over there open? No, not at the moment. Though it's about to be. Streamer make mistake like a certain doctor? Okay. I'm about to say something, and it's probably not going to be perceived well if you guys know this situation. So, I do not like Dr. Disrespect. Why? He's just an asshole most of the time. I understand it's partly his persona that he cultivates, and like that may not be how he is in real life, but I've never really liked him because of that. Now, however, chat, I am going to say that what he did is fucking stupid. Okay? Who are we talking about? You're talking about a former Twitch streamer that is now on YouTube because he got banned off Twitch, and we recently found out why years later. Apparently this happened back in 2017, which he was banned on Twitch, I think in like, was it 2020, chat? He monetized on YouTube now too, is he? I heard he didn't have a deal with YouTube. I hadn't heard that he was demonetized, but if that's the case, it may just be a more recent development. Less found out wise and more accusations have appeared. Yeah, so like, I'm going to speak to this. I have not heard about any more recent accusations. Just dealing with the topic at hand. The one thing that I did notice is that basically he never said what the inappropriateness was. We have a Twitch former employee coming out against him and speaking that he did send pictures, and we have him denying that he did. And that he was basically like not found guilty of anything, and Twitch had to pay out his entirety of his contract, which does mean that regardless of what he did, that Twitch got found to be in breach of contract, which means that they terminated his contract like illegally, right? They did not fulfill their end, and that whatever they deemed to be a breach on his end was in fact not an actual breach. Okay? So to me, my entire stance on this is simply that I'm not willing to, like, you know, judge, jury, and executioner somebody as long as there is still some form of doubt that the person could have, like, been innocent. Okay? That's my entire stance on this. And what do I mean by innocent? Did he talk to some sort of underage girl? Yes. How old was the girl? He didn't really say. I've heard it alleged that they were 17, but I've also heard it alleged that they did not know. But then I've also heard that the Twitch employee said that that Dr. Disrespect did know. So I don't know, right? I don't know who to believe. It's a he said, she said situation. A lot of people are going to side with the Twitch employee because they don't like Dr. Disrespect. And I think that's the ultimate takeaway. If you like Dr. Disrespect, you're likely to defend him. If you don't like it, you're likely to, or you don't like him, you're likely to believe that he absolutely was like trying to like groom some like underage girl, right? So like, I'm not trying to defend him by any stretch of the imagination, and he already admitted that he did in fact talk to an underage person. However, like I said, this happened back in 2017, and apparently in 2017, that is when he was cheating on his wife. Now, this doesn't make it sound better. What I will point out is that this is probably from that time. Like, he was cheating during that time period. And supposedly it ended back in 2017. Like, all that stuff kind of like, he basically got all that out of his system, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, my understanding is that like now he's made up with his wife and that they're good. And so like, I'm going to assume he's not cheating anymore, or at least if he is, that she doesn't know about it. Like I said, I think the guy's a scumbag. I don't think he's a good person necessarily. But I also don't know that he necessarily knew that the person was underage and necessarily like, I don't know, for all you know, she might have been coming on to him at the same time, right? So all I'm trying to say is, at least for me, there's enough reasonable doubt that like, I'm not going to sit here and judge the person. It's not my place to, right? And that's all I'm saying. Because I am going to say this. I do not understand anybody going after like some underage girl. That's just creepy. That's weird. And that's wrong. But I can't understand how, like, especially if it is someone that's 17, how maybe he didn't know. And it may have also been the case that Mr. Big Popular Streamer Man was getting hit on by a girl. I could easily see that. And chat, hi, I've had to talk to underage people before too. It is 1, unnerving. 2, I don't ever like finding out about it. And 3, if I ever find out that the person is underage, I straight up usually give them some form of advice. So like, hey, yeah, maybe don't tell people that you're that age. Also, like, you need to be more careful with how you're conducting yourself. So, and I want to be clear here. I have only ever had to like talk to an underage person like once or twice. Okay. And in like the time that I can remember it happening in particular, it was an underage girl. I did not know that she was underage. And this is not me like coming out in some Dr. Disrespect method. It was someone for the art contest. Okay. And I needed to pay them. And I found out that they were underage because they couldn't have a PayPal account. And I went like, oh. And I was like, oh, you're that young. Okay. And so it was one of those where I basically said, like, you know, hey, you know what? And let me go ahead and say this. So how they got paid, because I did still pay them, was they used their dad's PayPal. And what I did from there, chat, you're going to be proud of me. I literally went and contacted one of my artist friends who's also a girl because they were, again, somebody that was, again, a young female trying to get into like the anime art industry and trying to like draw stuff, right? Like, and learning how to like get set up and all that stuff. I literally went and contacted one of my other artist friends and straight up told them, hey, can you take them under your wing? It's a really young girl. I'm worried about them being out here on the internet at such an age. And like, I want you to teach them the ropes. And they did that. And because I followed up after the fact to be like, hey, did you ever reach out to them? Yes. And in fact, they are now good friends and have formed a nice relationship. So like, that's the thing. I found out that I was talking to someone underage. I didn't do anything creepy or weird like that. I went like, oh no, that's bad. You need to like straight up be safe with this. Like that sort of thing. So, like I said, I can understand how you can end up talking with someone underage. I don't understand how you would make creepy jokes unless you thought there was like some form of interest, and unless you thought that they were like not underage, but there are people like that out there. That's all I'm going to say. And I don't like those people. So it is what it is. But yeah, I guess my entire takeaway from this entire point was just that I still think there's a possibility that he might be getting horribly slandered. And because of that, I'm just not willing to jump on the bandwagon. So it's me just being cautious with this sort of thing. I don't like getting out there and immediately being like, oh, that person's guilty as fuck, like just because the internet said so, right? Because I feel like there's a lot of like witch hunting that goes on nowadays. Cadwell handled. I don't think giving advice like that is bad though. What do you mean giving advice like that? Like you're talking about how I did in my case? Yeah, like that's 100%. Like when I found out that the girl was underage, I wanted to protect her and make sure that she didn't end up falling in with the wrong crowd, end up getting taken advantage of by people. And I just went like, all right, here's somebody that I can put you in contact with. If you ever have questions, you can talk with them. Also, watch out for creepy dudes. Don't be telling them, A, that you're a girl, and B, that you're underage. So like, yeah, it was straight up Big Brother energy. If you aren't sure if a girl who is interested in you is over 18, just ask for proof. I'm gonna be real with you, chat. Like, I've had people hit on me. I usually don't reciprocate. And this is the this is kick kids off the internet. Yeah, I mean, to a degree, I could understand that standpoint. At least, like, you probably shouldn't have kids on social media, especially where there is like mature themes and audiences and stuff like that. But yeah, I feel like you're never going to stop it entirely, right? But like, no, I just like, accusations are treated as hard evidence nowadays. Yes. Yeah, and I do think that's a problem. Being underage and on the internet is scary. I've met so many creeps throughout the years. Right. And that's the thing. Like I said, I've had people hit on me before. I usually don't reciprocate. And part of the reason for that is because I'm at least old enough now that I've seen plenty of internet relationships. I've also seen how plenty of internet relationships go. If you found your significant other via the internet and it worked out for you, good job, you hit the jackpot, because there are so many more that don't freaking work, and there are so many more that blow up in an ugly way. So like, it's why, like, again, someone would really A, have to be my type, and B, they would have to be serious about it. Like, not just the tee hee hee, I want to be your Discord kitten flirting and like that sort of crap. Like, no, catfishing? Oh yeah. There's a lot of stories of outright scary shit, especially to an underage person. Yep. And I want to say this too. Again, I usually know who the majority of the women are in my community. Why? I try to know. Not to like do some creepy shit, but rather to watch out for it. I would rather know who the women are in my community so that I can protect them. Because I have seen creepy motherfuckers when they find out that someone is a woman online. So it's just usually why, like, I make it kind of a point to at least learn, just so that I can watch out. Because I don't want like any sort of like scummy or weird shit happening in my community. And like that's something I'd have zero tolerance for. I'd just kick people, like, straight up. And you would probably answer an FGO question without issue? Yeah, I would. I'm like, if an underage person is asking me an FGO question, I don't have any care. I might ask why they're playing the game if they're underage. Because I feel like, holy shit, if you're underage and you're playing a gacha game, that is not a good sign for your future. But, like, straight up, I understand. I've seen a lot of bad in my time. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like, I get it, right? Also, as a guy, once those types of accusations get thrown around, it's almost impossible to prove your innocence. Oh, no, I mean, like, and I could say this, could someone accuse me of something like that? Yeah, probably. But the thing that I can say is that I feel like the vast majority of, like, character evidence would be going against that. So, like, if someone tried to, like, make up some bullshit claim about me, I can tell you straight up, it would be, like, it would be sour grapes, chat. It would be somebody that's angry at me for something else, and they'd be trying to, like, make some shit up. Because, I don't know, I feel like every woman that's ever interacted with me on the internet knows that while I can, like, joke around and stuff, that, one, I'm almost never sexual. At least, I might make a sex joke, but not, like, hitting on them. Not, like, at them. Just a general, like... It's like the equivalent of, like, making a fart joke or something. It's like a dick joke or something, right? Like... I'm not somebody that, like, sits there and tries to, like, you know, slide into people's DMs and shit like that. That shit's just weird to me. Plus, dad joke. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't have time to. So it's like I said, if there was ever any sort of accusation thrown my way about crap like that, I would just be like, yeah. And I would just probably immediately go straight into DMs and be like, here's the proof I didn't say that. Like... Cat, I'm angry with you for having all the saber faces going to you. I understand that. Genshin community is worse, so toxic. I feel like every community, especially with regards to, like, shipping and, like, you know, like, weird takes, just every community has those people. We do have beef cads, so it's okay, I understand. See? But no, it's like, I don't know. I feel like, and I want to say this just outright categorically, that, like, I always try to conduct myself very well around women. It's how I was raised. I was raised absolutely to treat women with respect. So I'm one of those old school types. I hold open doors. I straight up will pay for women's meals. Women might not like that nowadays, but it's how I was raised. And a little bit, it's because I was always taught to just treat them with respect. Right? Steak? Wait, what? Some at least Fate series gatekeep crazy shippers. I mean, listen, chat. You can ship whoever the hell you want in Fate. The only ones that I don't really like are a lot of the Gil and a lot of the Gil pairings and any fucking Shinji pairing. If that is your ship, you can get the fuck out. But the only reason I don't like those is because those are, like, rapey. And that's just weird, right? Like, so, straight up, those are the only ones where I'm like, if someone is actually, like, a fan of that, I really begin to question, right? People are just going to ship whoever, regardless of the opinion. Yeah, I'll say this too. I don't care what ship you have as long as you keep it to yourself. And as long as your ship isn't one of those other two, I don't care how you ship, right? You could ship Artoria with, like, Ku, and I wouldn't give a shit. So, it's just, it is what it is to me. Shinji pairing sounds hella cursed, I'm in. No, I have actually seen people, like, try to, and I'm like, nah, you're just somebody that is, like, like, it's one thing if you're doing it just to be edgy, but at that point you're just a troll. It's another thing if you like actually like believe that and like you're like, this is my headcanon. And I'm like, I don't know about that. I ship Morgan X player, but what if I'm the player? Raiko X me is the supreme ship. Yeah, I feel like, again, like I said, like, ships are just best kept in your head because they're your own fantasy. So, like, there's nothing wrong with that. Just like, I think the stupid thing is when people try to push their ship on someone else. Like, why? I don't understand that. I don't understand why anyone thinks that somebody else cares enough about their ship, right? They'll put stuff out on the internet like it's not going to be there forever. Oh, yeah. People need external validation. I do feel like that's the case. Whereas, like, chat, I'm an Artoria lover. I don't need your validation. I am confident in my liking. If you don't like that, I don't care. Not only does it not bother me, but it's like, oh man, you don't like Artoria? Sweet, more for me. I have literally seen people argue that, like, you can't ship Emiya with Saber because Ren's the true one. And I've been like, cool, I don't care. Ren can have Shiro. I don't self-insert as Shiro. So that's more Saber for me, motherfucker. Like, that is literally how I think about it. It's like, sweet. Any logic I can use where I end up with Saber works for me. My ship is objectively superior. Yep. Have they not seen the other routes? Yeah, and I think that's the other hilarious thing is like people try to sit there and they go like, this is the canonical route. And I'm like, no, it's your favorite. That's all it is. Because there's 3 routes. And it's literally just whichever one you prefer. It is literally a harem style where, oh, do you like Saber? Pick the Fate route. Do you like Rin? Pick the Bladeworks route. Do you like Sakura? Pick the Heaven's Feel route. It's that simple. Like, Emiya Gohan is the canon route. What are they talking about? I do agree with that. I feel like that's the objectively best route. Like cooking with Emiya family is just like everybody is happy. So it's difficult for anyone to really argue against it. The only one worthy of Saber is Saber. Perfect logic. Yes. I've seen people argue that Saber is 16 after she pulls the sword out and stops aging. Chat, next you're going to tell me that, like, the vampire is not 900 years old, or that, like, the immortal elf is not, like, you know, again, 3,000, right? Like, I get the trope where anime uses it to, like, hey, we've got, like, some lolly, and we're using it to be like, tee-hee, they're actually of age, even though you know they just wanted to draw something underage. But I don't feel like any of the Stay Night characters are drawn to look underage, right? Well, except for maybe Ilya. To be fair, at least Stay Night Ilya does look a little bit older compared to, like, you know, Ilya in every other version. Give me cooking Fate, please, and thank you. Yes. Zam Rip Freyren, yeah. Stay Night is 18. Mm-hmm. So it's like that's all I'm trying to say. Is like, oh, excuse me. There is definitely the trope where people use it to make a underage character look way older. In Saber's case, I think it's just purely done so that it fits the high school setting. Like that's the only reason I assume it was done for Saber. And honestly, goddamn, she may be arrogant, but she hot. Wait, what? Oh, Arcuate. Okay. I was like, hold on. Depending on who you're saying that about, I'm concerned. It's the same with most of Nasu's work, same with Shiki and Tsukihime characters. Yeah. And I think a lot of this is probably because, chat, if you really think about it, where Nasu probably conceptualized a lot of his, like, pieces was in high school. We literally know that they, like Nasu and Takeuchi went to high school together and have been doing this that long. So, like, yeah, I straight up bet that's why they're written from that perspective. It's also just the typical shonen trope that is popular in Japan, right? So, yeah. It's an important time culture-wise, right? So it's like, I just think that's just straight up how they actually like find the mass appeal for it. So, I have a question: Alice or Aoko? So I have not read Witch on the Holy Night. I can say that at first glance, I feel like Aoko is just the hotter one. But I'm also not somebody that's necessarily into the darker, edgier waifus. So for me, it's probably still going to be Aoko. But I don't begrudge anyone that likes Alice more. Unless you're asking gameplay-wise. Alice is cute, though. She's hilarious. Yeah, at least from the interactions I've seen of her, she does. She does seem like she's both cute and, like... what's the word I'm looking for? She's got that, like, very dry, sharp, like, humor. Picking crazy is a bad choice. It's really funny that I also hold the same stance as you on that, Kimba, and I feel like the younger people in chat don't necessarily understand that, because I feel that way from experience. And I don't know if you do, but like I feel like at least, you know, with age comes a little bit more like perspective on that sort of thing. I've never read Mihoyo, but I love Alice already. Yeah. Everyone is crazy in some way. Oh, I do agree with that. But there are some people that are more than others. I grailed Alice and will probably grail Aoko too. Nice. Waiting for Cad to have a hot take. God damn. Listen, I probably got the closest with a hot take with the Dr. Disrespect thing earlier. And like I said, it's because the rest of the internet wants to immediately, like, get rid of the dude. Whereas I'm just like, I don't know. I'll wait until the facts actually come out. More than just, yeah, again, an accusation, right? But, and like I said, I will just fully disclaim that I don't believe... If the accusations are true, he absolutely should be gone, and that there is just straight up, like, I have zero tolerance for that sort of thing. Easy to convict, hard to see the truth. Yeah, I agree. I also don't mind liking crazy in a video game, but never IRL. What's the saying? Your thoughts turn into words, your words turn into actions. It's something like that. I think it's a Chinese proverb. So, like, all I'm gonna say is that, like, yes, well, reasonable people can differentiate between a video game and IRL. Be careful that you don't become obsessed. all of a sudden you'll find yourself preferring crazier women. And then you'll end up hooking up with a crazy woman, which maybe to some of you it would be better, you know, better to hook up with a crazy woman than not at all. But again, with experience, I can tell you it's better to not at all. Trust me. But I understand why some people wouldn't, right? I got a fiance to keep me in check. Oh, that's a response for she's right there in the room with you. Or he. I'm not going to judge. It's like tsunderes that just work at animes and games. Yeah. I will take being single and alone than going crazy. Oh, it's not you that goes crazy. I mean, I guess to a degree you might, but... why hook up with crazy when you can be crazy? I mean, I guess to a degree the whole world is, right? I'm done with Fangs for tonight. Yeah, I mean, you've only got a little bit of time left. Chat, I'm going to go ahead and end it here. We had a nice long discussion at the end here. I meant to keep farming, but I got distracted. So let me see who all's on tonight. I am potentially planning to stream tomorrow. Just keep in mind that, like... we don't necessarily know if we gonna be live tomorrow because I may just end up like taking the day off. We do have D&D Sunday, so I hope to see you guys there for that. If you guys haven't ever checked out our D&D streams, come. Again, it's great, especially if you don't understand D&D but you want to. We are more than happy to explain things. So, and we have a lot of knowledgeable D&D players. But again, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and send you guys over CZ's way. He's playing some more FGO himself. He's probably farming. And again, I hope you guys have a good one. Thanks for the stream, Cad. You and Chad have a great rest of your nights. Catch you all next time. Indeed. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the support. If you guys haven't already, check me out on Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. Join the Discord. Again, we're always happy to have you. I will see you guys for the next one. Go give CZ my love. And good night.